Again, people are just sniping from my desk. Because we always use. I have my iPad. I have my notes on there. I don't have good handwriting because I have my finger.
2 for 4, and then there's another one.
My index finger, so when it like starts shaking when I write too much, so it's not good. So I have to type it.
Weekends.
I can't stand it.
I gotta open up and lock up and say for every priest that walks in. And then do the.
And I bring up.
Mr. Nicholson?
Present.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Present.
Mayor McGee absent.
And if I can ask you all to stand for a salute to the flag.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Tutwiler.
All right. I love these nights. We have a wonderful, wonderful audience with us today. Some wonderfully accomplished young people that we're going to celebrate. And first, we're going to start with the Mass Association of School Superintendents Certificates of Excellence. This annual award is given to high school students who have distinguished themselves in the pursuit of excellence during their careers. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention that these students are number 1 and number 2 in their respective classes at Tech, Classical, and English. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come around with the certificates, and I will say a little something about the student and offer him or her the certificate. And no mayor, but you're stuck taking a picture with me. I hope that means something. So why don't I come around? Is that mic live? Okay. That's possible. I don't mind this. Like I'm presenting here. Okay, so we're going to start with classical. And the first student is Sophia DeFranzo. Come on down. How are you? Great. Now you have to stand there while I talk about you in front of everybody. Sophia is ranked number 1 in her class at Classical with a GPA of 4.53. Incredible. Tons of activities she's involved in. What drew me to your statement here is the community service. She's involved with the Red Cross Blood Drive, the Lazy Dog 5K Road Race, North Shore Children's Theater, Susie School of Dance, and she is a soccer instructor at Top Soccer Camp. She has applied to Boston University, Boston College, Brown University, Harvard University, Northeastern, Tufts, and Wentworth Institute of Technology.
Wow.
For the benefit of all of the recipients, it reads, Sophia DeFranzo, having duly qualified under the standards prescribed by the Massachusetts Association of School Superintendents, is hereby awarded the Certificate of Academic Excellence and witness whereof the seal of the association and the signature of yours truly, Superintendent of Schools. Congratulations. Have you made a decision? You're off the hot seat. Okay. Oh, wait. No, we get parents in, don't we?
Yup.
Yes. Come on.
Come on down.
This isn't the.
Parents, come on also.
And principals.
And principal.
So who's gonna?
Next from Classical is Megan Grady. Come on down, Megan. Megan is second in her class with a GPA of 4.53. This year, some incredible distinguished awards: the Harvard Book Award, the Scholastic Silver Key in Drawing. Painting was accepted by the MAEA exhibit. She's been recognized by peer tutoring, outstanding achievement in music, ELA, Shakespeare Distinguished Scholar Award. You are well-rounded, my friend. Congratulations. Let's talk about school. She's applied to Amherst, Boston College, Brandeis, Bridgewater State, Framingham State, Merrimack College, University of New Hampshire, Providence, and Quinnipiac. Have you decided? Not yet. Awesome. Is anybody interested in Holy Cross? Nobody? Mom and Dad, come on down if you need.
She's there and done. I agree.
Principal. Principal. Amy?
Oh, she's going. She's coming. Good.
Oh, good.
Okay, I'm going to move along to tech, actually, and ask that Eve De Silva come forward. Here she is. Eve is second in her class with a GPA of 4.3. She is involved in terms of community service and tutoring kindergarten students at Sisson. She's involved in the Veterans Welcome Home Community Service Project. She's involved at My Brother's Table and the Book Drive Community Service Project that I know about and have such admiration for. Eve is sticking to her trade, and she's applying to the Plumbers Union.
Yes.
Parents, come on down.
Okay.
Next from Tech is a gentleman who's been here quite a bit, actually, David Barrios. Come on down. Hope to be as handsome as he is one day. I'm working on it. David is number 1 in his class with a GPA of 4.3. And let me tell you, this man is everywhere with Skills USA and various other activities. He's been awarded the President's Volunteer Service Award. He's a gold medalist. State and National Community Service Award. The Vocational Super Bowl champion. The CAC and Daily Item All-Star Athletics. My Brother's Table Founders Award. The Harvard Book Award and the John and Abigail Adams Scholarship. David you're all set to go. You know where you're going next year? Yes, sir. Why don't you tell us?
Tufts University.
Oh. Wonderful. What are you going to study there?
Pre-med.
Excellent.
Nice.
Awesome. And system principal.
See, she's here. She should be.
That's the assistant director.
Doesn't matter.
Great.
Awesome. Congratulations. So there are 2 other recipients from English High School, both of whom had to work tonight and could not join us, but we're going to celebrate them anyway. One of them we know well because she was the school committee student representative, Chris Neres Defo, who is number 1 in her class at English High School with a GPA of 4.53. If you read the Lynn Educator, there's a story coming out about her. She is headed to Duke University next year. So let's clap it up for her. And the other student is Christine Duran, who's number 2 in her class with a GPA of 4.41. She's applied to University of Chicago, University of Pennsylvania, Brown University, BU, and
Holy.
Holy Cross. I wish she was here tonight. All right, great. So let's clap it up for Christine.
Student Government Day, you'll meet her.
Yes, indeed. That is true. Okay.
Who does first in that?
And next on our agenda is First in Math certificates. And if Shirley Abbott would please come up and.
All right, good evening, everybody.
Evening.
Good to see you all. We have a full house here. We're actually here tonight to celebrate, congratulate, and give an achievement award to a whole bunch of students because they are either number 1 for top school, number 1 in top team category, or number 1 in their top grade level category, the number 1 student. So we're celebrating top school, top team, and the top student in every grade level. So for those of you who need a refresher, First in Math is an online program that all of our students in grades K to 8 have access to. It's a wonderful way for students to be able to hone their skills in mathematics, because who here loves math? We've actually been doing this for quite a number of years. It's been a super successful program. Students really get to compete against themselves, but they also get to compete against each other. I know individual schools have different contests around First in Math. They recognize their students as they reach some goals that they make for themselves and certain achievement levels. So tonight's one of the funnest nights for me in the year, and I'm so excited to be able to celebrate with you all. So the first certificate that we'd like to, there you are. The first certificate that we'd like to give out tonight is to the top school. And Tracy School, again. Awarded our top school in the district. They also are number 1 in the state. Oh, Oh, and it doesn't hurt to also say that they're number 13 in the nation.
Wow.
Do we have any students from Tracy School with us too?
Yeah, it's a school night. They're all at home. But I do have my 2 math teachers. I have my math CIP and my math teacher, interventionist.
And she's from Salem State.
Thank you.
All right, so the next certificate that I would like to award is going to our top class. So this is the team that is number 1 in the district. This team also happens to be number 1 in the state. And they are also 13th in the nation. So that's a really huge accomplishment. And this is going to Ms. Nordyke's 5th grade class.
Good job pushing in.
Okay, so now, as I said earlier, this program is available for kindergarten through 8th grade, so we really want to celebrate the top student in each grade level. We'll start with kindergarten. And is Belinda Miranda Lopez here?
Oh my, I love it. Don't be shy.
Belinda attends Sewell Anderson School. Hi, Belinda.
Oh, Papa. Get Papa.
No, what about
The fair.
Oh yeah.
You don't hear. She just traveled by. She said.
Oh, that family. Her parents. She's all by herself. CC. Job as menu. Not like Mr. Nicholson. I only speak a little bit of Spanish, not like Mr. Nicholson.
Jared's game. He was serious. You gotta get on the knee.
There's the official one.
I definitely would have caught her that one.
Especially that time.
You got hit with that one.
So as a kindergarten student, Belinda has actually earned 4,230 stickers. Right? So you get 1 sticker for every 3 math problems you do correctly. So she's done a whole lot of math problems for kindergarten. All right, let's move along, and we're going to celebrate next Jacob Silva from the 8th grade.
He's too cool.
Principal Katia Space is here, and
Aaron.
and where's Mom?
Congratulations.
Oh yeah. Oh definitely.
Great job, Mrs. Amico.
Jacob
I
has
really hope you
earned
get one.
6,120.
Whoa.
So the next student we'd like to celebrate is in the 2nd grade at Shoemaker Elementary School. He has earned 17,383 stickers.
Whoa.
And it's Dale Howie. You should probably be in the center.
Shoemaker.
Your mom should be right next to
I know. Oh. Awesome.
All right, our next student is in the 3rd grade. She comes from the Callahan School, and her name is Kayla Elise. Kayla has earned 18,557 stickers.
Wow.
There you go.
Uh-oh.
Great.
All right. Moving on, our 4th grade student hails from the Sewell Anderson School, and her name is Lucia Salona. Lucia has earned 13,218 stickers.
Wow.
All our sisters? Wow. All girls.
could be you.
So our next student that we're recognizing is not new to this award ceremony thing at all. He's definitely a frequent flyer, and I love seeing him come every year. In the 5th grade now, hailing from Aborn School with a total of 20,459 stickers, Dylan Nordine.
This is Hennessy.
Look at funny. Look, he's funny. So much bigger. He's a big fella.
All right, now we're moving into our middle school top students. In the 6th grade, we have from Breed Middle School, Daniel Solis Mendez. I'm not sure if you're Daniel, as of all the numbers I'm giving you were from the beginning of the month. They actually have more stickers than this right now. But at the beginning of the month, he had 12,818 stickers. Woo! right now. I'm so excited to present our 7th grade top student in the district, and she is from Marshall Middle School, Jahan El Garoudi.
He's trying to get it. What a role model.
For a moment.
So the last student that we're going to recognize tonight is another frequent flyer. I have known him since the 5th grade because he continuously achieves every year with the First in Math program. And I'm a little sad that this is his last year doing this with us. But before I get to that, I just want to give you an idea of what the students in our entire district do. So as I noted earlier, for every sticker earned, a student has to answer 3 questions correctly. So district-wide, from K to 8, let me give you a number. You ready? Yep. This is how many stickers our students have amassed since September. 8,750,910 stickers. But wait, there's more. Because it takes 3 correct ones to get a sticker, here's how many problems have been solved altogether so far. Hold on to your seats for this one, everybody. Okay, the big one. 26,252,730 problems have been solved by our students.
That's unbelievable.
And the top player, not only in 8th grade, but in the entire district, is my friend, Derek Garcia Rodriguez. Derek has Derek has 48,566 stickers. He is number 1 in the state and number 4 nationally. Wow.
Look here for a moment. Everybody look right here.
Coming out tonight and celebrating the achievements of our wonderful students, and go Math.
It's missing. Okay, thank you everybody for coming. We'll make a motion to adjourn. Roll call, Nancy?
Roll call.
Yep.
Mr. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes. Yes.
And Mayor McGee.
Yes.
Yes, thank you. And if Mayor would like to have a few words, maybe to congratulate them.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry I was late. I was actually at a wake, or I would have been here for this, because this is a wonderful night to see the great work going on in the schools. I want to congratulate all of the students, and I know the families are all very proud of the students, and the numbers are pretty amazing. There's great things going on in the Lynn schools, and you're all part of it. So I want to say good work. Keep up the good work, and you're showcasing what great things are happening in Lynn City Schools. So we're proud of all the work you're doing. So keep it up.
And everybody is welcome to leave, especially where we have school tomorrow.
Stay. It's going to be a long one.
Stay and enjoy the meeting.
Yeah.
It'll be a long one.
Donna, thank you. Donna, thank you. Donna, thank you. Thank you.
Oh, yeah, no
That's what
problem.
was Keith on.
Keith Bransfield. Yeah. Yeah.
I know.
I've known them since
Yeah.
we were kids.
Yeah.
And Mary Ann, his wife. or a member of the school administration in attendance, that member through the chair may the individual. Very much, Tim. Thank you. In saluting the flag. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. First on the agenda is the minutes.
Make a motion to accept the first special meeting on January 28, 2019.
Motion made. Is there a second? Second. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The minutes are accepted.
Okay. Policy Subcommittee meeting on January 31st, 2019. Make a motion to accept.
Is there a second?
Second.
All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The minutes are accepted.
Make a motion to accept the Curriculum Subcommittee meeting on January 31st, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it.
And
Minutes are accepted.
make a motion to accept the second regular meeting on January 31st, 2019.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? No. The ayes have it. The minutes are accepted. Next on the agenda is appointments and elections.
Mayor?
Superintendent Tutwiler.
Yep, there are three. The first is Oliver Toomey, who's been appointed acting guidance counselor at Marshall Middle School effective January 31st. I'm not sure that he's here, but we congratulate him on being appointed to that role. I do see Ms. Morell, Deb Morell, who's been appointed the Assistant Director of Curriculum and Instruction for Staff Quality and Development. Would you like to say a few words?
Well, after 20 years in the middle schools here in Lynn, I'm really excited to join the district team, so I really appreciate this opportunity.
Great.
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Great.
Congratulations. Welcome.
Going to do good work. And then finally, Brianna Sanami has been appointed the acting program specialist at Pickering Middle School, replacing Deb Morell, effective February 25th, and she is not here. Wish her well in her new role as well.
Welcome to all of them. Great. Next on the agenda, we have some presentations. First is the Meaningful Collaboration on Curriculum. Welcome.
Good evening. I would like to propose a plan for meaningful collaboration on curriculum, and in particular, the textbook adoption process. So for this meeting, we have two goals. The first goal is to inform the school committee of the textbook adoption process executed by members of the curriculum department. The second is to propose a procedure to engage the school committee's curriculum subcommittee in involving themselves in the textbook adoption process, and also to recommend ways to keep the committee of the whole updated and informed throughout the process. So the curriculum team goes through 4 phases when we're looking at a textbook adoption. The first phase is project identification and budget development. And in this phase, we look at what are the textbook needs. We anticipate the costs, and then we create a budget. The budget would include the cost of the textbook, and related resources, and the professional development that we would need to successfully implement the textbook adoption. Phase 2 is preparation and planning by the curriculum team. These components are what the curriculum team thinks about and plans for. We look for and identify who is on the textbook adoption committee. We come up with timelines so that we can stay on schedule. We look for rubrics or other tools that will help us assess the textbook. We also decide, is there a need for training materials? And if so, what is it? So that the team can be knowledgeable as they make these selections. We also select the vendors. The third phase of our textbook adoption committee is where we actually engage the textbook adoption committee into some experiences that will help them make an informed decision. The first thing is we look at the educational activities, right? And one of those things might be unpacking the content standards, so teachers have a real clear essence of what the standards are addressing. We also might get samples ahead of time and give them out to the teachers so they can actually try some of these units in their classrooms so that we would have firsthand knowledge of what our teachers think of these. We also look for some type of a tool to help us evaluate what this textbook is. And in the past, we've used the IMET, which is Instructional Materials Evaluation Tool. The CASEL is a tool that we could use for social emotional learning. We also make sure that we use the Lynn Public Schools bias tool. Relatively, very recently in the fall, the Department of Elementary and Secondary Education has created the Curate, which is the curriculum rating by teachers. And so that's something that just came out in the fall. We haven't used it yet, but we will definitely be looking at that to see if that's something that meets our needs. Currently, they have it in English, math, and in science. Then we would have the vendors come in and do a formal presentation to the Textbook Adoption Committee. After the presentation, we would have the team use the tool that we've decided on, that we have done some training on, and use that to make a selection. The length or duration of this committee would depend on the comprehensiveness of the actual adoption. Some are obviously more involved than others. Phase 4 is the planning and implementation for the rollout. That's where we determine what are the professional development needs, and then we establish a plan. We also determine when the textbooks will be distributed, what are the dates, and we clearly communicate that to all stakeholders throughout the district. The second section of this presentation is really a proposal. This is a proposal to a proposal to engage the school committee and the curriculum subcommittee in a textbook adoption. So what I'd like to do is go through all the phases again, but this time make a connection between what up here in this text box is what I just went through. This is what the curriculum team and or the textbook adoption team is doing. And I want to show the connection between that and what we're proposing the school committee engages in during that phase. So in phase 1, which was the project identification and the budget development, we're saying that after the budget approval by the school committee, the superintendent would inform you of what are the textbook adoptions that were going to happen in that next school year. So you would be informed before anything began. In phase 2, this is where the curriculum team thinks through all of those specifics. Who's on the team? What's the timeline? What is the rubric that we're using? What is the training materials that we're doing? And who are the vendors? At the inception of that textbook adoption committee, the superintendent will formally notify the school committee of all and provide all the details and timelines. That's when you get all the specifics, all of those particular things that we had talked about earlier. Phase 3, after the textbook adoption committee work is complete, a curriculum subcommittee is scheduled to fully engage the members in an informative process. So we would have a curriculum subcommittee where we would present the subcommittee with opportunities to view the textbooks. We would bring in samples, and have you look through them, ask questions, see what everybody's all excited about with the new materials, and really kind of delve into that. We also would highlight for you the evaluation tool that we used and explain to you why we picked that one. And we would give you the report of the textbook committee's findings. And we would also inform you of the subcommittees, what their recommendation was. So this committee, this curriculum subcommittee, is really informing you about everything, the entire process, and answering any of your questions. So you feel very confident on what the committee came up with. So again, I just want to reiterate that curriculum subcommittee, the goals of that is really to provide the school committee, the members, with an opportunity to be fully informed of the process that the adoption committee went through. We also want to make sure that you're knowledgeable about the textbooks that we were considering, not just the one that we selected. We want to make sure that you're knowledgeable about all of them. We also want to facilitate confidence in the recommendations being put forth by the textbook adoption committee. We want you to feel like, you know what, this was the best decision, right? So following this meeting, a date for a formal presentation to the school committee will be set, and the textbook adoption committee's recommendations will be put forward for approval. Phase 4. This is in a superintendent's report. The superintendent would inform the school committee of the plans for the professional development and for the details of the textbook rollout. I want to thank you and ask any questions.
Questions from the committee? Member Nicholson.
First, just thank you so much for this presentation. Very thoughtful and very helpful, and really, I think, in line what we have been talking about this year when we sat down together and put together the protocols and the norms. And I think this is great. So thank you.
It was a team effort, I would like to say.
Yeah. Well, thank you to everyone involved then. And the PowerPoint was excellent too. As a former consultant, I like.
I had helped with that too.
So the question I had was: Is there anything like a phase 5 where there are evaluation tools? So I understand we have the evaluation tools that are helping us pick which textbook to use. Do we have any evaluation tools that help us understand how the textbook actually performed versus our expectations, to how it's working, basically?
Yeah. So usually the first rollout, we have teachers giving feedback. So as they go through, they keep notes and they give feedback, and usually assistant director towards the end of the year will have people come in and really kind of talk about what they, make sure it's aligned with our maps and really make sure it's meeting our needs.
Got it. Yeah, so I mean, it might make sense, and you wouldn't need to do this to aggregate when you've done this for a bunch of textbooks, like, you know, have one curriculum subcommittee say, hey, this is what we're hearing about the textbooks that we've adopted in the last, 2 years or something like that.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you.
Member Castellanos, then Member Satterwhite.
Fantastic presentation. I appreciate it. It's very transparent, especially when the way you just laid it out. I know the curriculum committee, subcommittee, really appreciates that, because I know my first year on, we had some books, they came in front of us and they were already established through the budget and planning process. So it was kind of like, I was thrown out there. I was like, wait a second, you got to explain this to me. But this process is very valuable. I appreciate it a lot. I have a question for phase 2 for the preparation and planning. So when we select the vendors, do we have to uphold the DOE, the Department of Education standards and regulations, when we choose or adopt a textbook? Or do we, so when we do adopt a textbook, how do we go about selecting our vendors?
Selecting the vendors?
Yeah.
So we usually, it's usually the major publishers, like especially in a particular content, we'll do some research. So the curriculum team will do research about, what is being used. There have been instances where we have actually gone to other communities that have been using it and talk to them about it. So we really try to get a good picture of, what are the best out there that will meet our needs.
Okay.
Based on, like, if we have new standards, we want to make sure that they're aligned.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Member Satterwhite?
Thank you. As we were told maybe a month ago by Ms. Shannon Gardner, there are going to be big changes in curriculum. Is this going to start with that, with regards to the new textbooks that we're going to need for the new subjects, for the new grades?
So this is a proposal. I mean, if you agree, that would be awesome.
Okay. Well, the key thing, and I think everyone can agree on the committee, is we do want confidence in the products that we put out. And I know you do too, so that's important. So you're not too far along in that aspect that you could quickly implement those changes with regards to this adoption is really my question.
For social studies?
For all the changes that are going to take place.
Well, if I understand your question correctly, I mean, really this starts with your approval of a budget.
Yes.
Right? And so when we come in, we do our budget presentation. If there are specific adoptions that we've budgeted for, that would jumpstart. That would be that's phase one of this approach. So.
Have we voted on any of the textbooks or for any of the new changes? I don't
for the civics? No, I don't think.
Okay.
I don't think
Okay.
so.
So that answers my question. Okay, great. That's the question. I appreciate that. And I did like what Member Nicholson said about like a possible phase five where the feedback is shared with us somehow. These teachers are, they have the firsthand knowledge of how it's working in their classrooms, and if it's not working, it's good to have that historical data for when we make decisions, down the road, because these are investments that we're making in textbooks. They cost money, so I want to make sure that we're picking the right textbooks and we have the right feedback and it's doing what it's supposed to do. Thank you.
Member Gately?
Thank you for coming here and making this presentation. I have a couple of questions. Okay, so in phase 4, would you get a pilot? Would you be able to pilot some books, or would you just want the textbook to go citywide right away?
So,
Like a pilot before, test them before?
yeah, I mean, sometimes it depends on, like I think with REACH, and you guys can help me out with it, we did do some samples. They gave us some samples, and we gave them out to to a lot of the teachers, and they tried it out there.
Tried it out first.
So Lorraine, at that point in time, what was going on is that we had multiple presentations by multiple vendors for our new elementary, but teachers were in the field being able to evaluate multiple texts, not just the REACH text.
Okay, so they will
Is that
have
what
a
you're
chance
asking?
to try it, yes.
Yes, absolutely.
Because it's like, we pick up textbooks and sometimes they sound
Bells
good.
and whistles takes,
Yeah.
you want to really.
And
get
also,
the core.
remember that the majority of your committee are teachers.
Right.
So it's really
That's what I was gonna
teachers evaluating. It's not there are some administrators on the selection committee, but it's primarily comprised of teachers.
I understand that, but the teachers that are in the trenches now might be experiencing different experiences than we had in the past. I mean, like, I keep that in mind all the time. The other thing is, we'll see, when you report the text out and we get a presentation, will that be prior to buying the textbook? It will be all prior,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. 'Cause that would be in phase 3, right?
Yeah,
Yeah,
so
that
we
definitely-
would get them first. And for anything that comes out of the curriculum department, will we get prior, like 2 or 3 days prior the presentation so we can read it over? And maybe we could have just, 1 or 2 things in the subcommittee rather than 3 things thrown at us in the textbook or something like that, because in the past that has happened. It's really hard to sit on the school committee as a subcommittee chair and read through as you're giving the presentation. So if we got it in, in advance. We talked about that, Kim, and we will be doing that. So we'll get in advance. We'll have an idea. You'll know what you're saying, and we'll be so happy.
That's what we want.
That's what
Everybody
we
to be
want.
happy.
Everybody to be smiling and moving forward within super curriculum. Thank you, Eva, for that job.
Member Capola?
I appreciate this because I think it's showing us what the process is, but it's also on your side, understanding where we are on this side. And, we have rules that we have to abide by. The Mass General Law is that we need to have discussion on the adoption of the books first, and if we have a vote, it doesn't happen till meetings after that. So it's good to have it and know that you can't come in the very end of the year hoping to put something through. So this is great. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Do we have to make a motion to adopt this?
I'm not.
You're asking us to adopt it.
Well, that was a proposal.
I think it's just part of the process so that we all know it. I don't know that we, unless, I don't think there's a need to accept.
So it's my understanding that it's my understanding that it's a somewhat of a change in behavior, so we're asking the subcommittee to be able to meet with us in that phase, whichever phase it is. Thank you, Eva. In phase 3, to be able to come and meet with us, because we can't do the level of presentation and facilitate an experience in 15 minutes. If we truly want to inform, and we want to be able to work with the subcommittee, so it's my understanding that is a change in how that subcommittee has operated.
So yes, Member Capola.
I know you said for the subcommittee to come to you, but all our meetings have to be public meetings. So you would have to come to us, and it would be posted as a public meeting.
Absolutely.
Okay, excellent. Yeah, just so that's understood.
So I'm not clear that we have to make a change, or maybe Attorney Myhouse, in terms of this. I mean,
I think the subcommittee has the authority to go forward.
and I think I don't know that there's a limitation on the time limit for the subcommittee. So if you want it to be a half an hour, I don't think that so I think the presentation reflects that, and then there would be a public meeting based on the curriculum at phase 3, and that meeting would take place once it was posted. So I think that would be having the chair of the subcommittee of curriculum make sure that that is scheduled with yes, okay.
That's right.
Okay, great. Thank you. Next on the agenda is a presentation for suspension data update.
That would be me. Good evening. First, I want to publicly thank Josh Mower for working with me in creating this presentation. He was invaluable in helping me collect information. So I wanted to publicly say thank you. Before I even delve into the data, I think all of us as educators, there's no one in this room or that works in the Lynn Public Schools that wants to suspend or give discipline. Discipline is not a positive thing. Typically, even in our own children's lives, it's not a positive thing, but it is a learning piece of life. We acknowledge as a district there is work to be done in this area. So I want to start off with the comparison of urban districts. We chose 4 other urban districts, and the purpose, honestly, of us looking at other urban districts compared to ourselves is allowing us to kind of compare to like districts and to be able to see where are we in relation to other urbans, and are other urbans doing things differently than what we are. So you can see we have, I have Lynn is the navy blue, Boston is the gold, Brockton is gray, Lawrence is blue, royal blue, and Springfield is the darker gray. You can see that Lynn Public Schools, over the past 3 years, from 2016 to 2018, we have gone down. The last 2 years pretty much stayed the same. There was a slight change from 6.8 to 6.9. So statistically, it's really the same. But overall, we are moving down. We definitely have more work to do. You can see that other urban districts like Springfield is kind of up where we are. They are similar to the data that we are. And all the urbans seem to go up and down from year to year. Our struggles with discipline is in line with the struggles of other urban districts. And Lynn has maintained the decrease that we had from 2016 to 2017. When we look at our enrollment data over the past 4 years, from 2016 to present, we've had increases in our enrollment. We know that our enrollment keeps going up. But what is interesting is that the demographics of our students are pretty consistent. The subgroups are pretty consistent. And I just wanted to make note of that we're not getting spikes in the types of students we're getting. We're pretty consistent in the different subgroups and the percentage of those subgroups. But from year to year, from 16 to 17, we went up to 201 students. From 17 to 18, we went up 218 students. From 18 to 19, we went up 234 students. So each year we are increasing our enrollment. This data represents student discipline by race from 2014 to 2018. I wanted to see, in this new role, I really wanted to see the trend over years. And you can see that we are in a downward trend. In 2014, our African American students were at 20.8, and we are at, for this year, 8.5. We have dropped from 2014 to 2018, 12.3 percentage points. Our Hispanic population went from 15.7 to 8.5 from 2014 to 2018 for a 7.2 drop. Our all students went from 14.5 to 7.7 for a 6.8 drop. Our white students went from 10.6 to 6.4 for a 4.2 drop, and our Asian students went from 7.6 to 3.1 for a 4.5 drop. Now, certainly when we look at 2017 to 2018, there are some subgroups that went down. So, for example, our African American students, last year we were 10.6, this year we're 8.5. Our Hispanic students went from 8.3 to 8.5, so they pretty much stayed the same. Same for our all students. We went from 7.9 to 7.7. Our Hispanic students went, not Hispanic, sorry. Our white students went from 7.9 to 6.4, and our Asian students went from 3.7 to 3.1. So there's movement there, but I felt like there was more of we could see more impact from looking over the years from 2014 to present. You really can see the significant drop that is happening in our district. I want to highlight that all the subgroups are trending down and that we have two populations that have the highest percentage point decrease since 2014, our African American student population and our Hispanic population. And I think that is something to celebrate in terms of that we are making progress towards trying to decrease the number of suspensions and the discipline in our district. Do we have more work to do? Absolutely. This slide talks about student discipline by subgroup. So the subgroups here are all students, English learner, economically disadvantaged, students with disabilities, female, and male. So again, I wanted to see from 2014 to 2018 to see what is the trend, and you can see it is, again, a downward trend. We see the biggest difference and decrease in our students with disabilities. They, in 2014, had 24.7%, and In 2018, we are down to 11.6%, which is a 13.1 percentage point difference. That's a nice jump. Do we have more work to do? Absolutely. We are acknowledging that. But there's a nice drop there. We are making a difference. All the subgroups are decreasing and trending to the overall student population suspension rate. We are reflecting on our discipline inequities and are actively working on supports and interventions in all our schools. I will be sharing this later in my presentation. We're showing a decrease in all subgroups from 2014 to 18. As I said, 2 of our most at-risk subgroups have made significant decreases, students with disabilities, and as well as our male population, which dropped from 18.1 to 10.3. The highlight here is obvious. The students with disabilities and our male populations are making tremendous progress and are reducing their suspension rates. I then wanted to I wanted to look at comparisons from September through January over years because I wanted to see where are we at right now. So we're looking at the past 3 years, 2017, 18, and 19. And these are discipline incidences, the number of discipline incidences at the high school level and at the middle school level. Overall, the high school is trending down in the number of incidences from 2017 to 2019. And you can see they've gone down about 201 incidences from 2017 to 2019. The middle school, unfortunately, is trending up in the number of incidences from 17 to 19, showing an increase of 156 incidences from 17 to 19. What I do want to note there, though, and it's not an excuse, we definitely need work and need to look at it, and I know the middle schools are actively working on this. Their enrollment is up by 344 students since 2017. I personally have been, and I know many of you have visited the middle schools, I've personally witnessed the entrance into the middle schools, the transition between classes. These poor students don't have room to move. They are jam-packed in the hallways. They're shoulder to shoulder. And we're talking about middle schoolers who are hormonally and emotionally charged just by nature of the natural development of where they're at in their lives. And I just remember my own children, the don't touch me comments in the car. Kids, things are going to happen. I'm not making that as an excuse, but I think that that's a big reason why we're seeing an increase in incidences, because they just don't have anywhere to move. And they're on top of each other all the time. But I do know that the middle schools are actively working on trying to resolve some of these problems. So this slide is high school discipline, students by percentage from September through January for the past 3 years. Fecto Leary is the top one, and certainly visually you immediately draw your eye to, wow, they're up, up at the top there. They have shown a decrease of students who have been suspended from last year to this year, from 55% to 26%. I want to note here that enrollment is part of why the big change, because they last year had I believe the SLIFE students they had like 200 more students last year than this year. So that will impact the percentage, but they are doing some amazing interventions there. So the drop in suspension is a part of the work they're doing. They're doing home visits. They're doing alternative discipline options. They're doing some amazing work there, and so part of the decrease is through their efforts of working with these students. Lynn English has shown a decrease in the percentage of students who have been suspended from last year. They've gone from 17% to 13%. A lot of more work that needs to be done at Lynn English, but it's nice to see that there is a decrease. Lynn Classical and Lynn Tech both have a slight increase in the percentage of students. Lynn Classical going from 6% to 10%, and Lynn Tech going from 5 to 6%. I'd like now to kind of focus in on the interventions that all of the schools are implementing as daily practice at their schools. So first I want to talk about the SEL interventions. We've heard from Kim Powers with her attendance presentations. We now have wellness teams that are in our schools. They work with parents as partners, working on engaging parents earlier when an issue arises. They do outreach like parent coffees, PTOs, school councils, letters regarding concerns and educational issues. They bring in guest speakers for vaping. They do all calls. They have wellness days. These are all things that are happening in our schools to engage our parents and to work with our parents as partners. They're engaging guidance and social workers to get to work with them in getting to the root cause of the discipline problems and providing the appropriate interventions for our students to help support them. The social workers, behaviorist supports and interventions, those bullets, it's the cluster grade level team meetings that they do, the mediations with students, reflections on antecedent behavior consequence and resolution or restitution. Daily monitoring sheets are filled out. Weekly progress reports are filled out for students who are struggling. Professional development we offer to our teachers on helping traumatized children learn and de-escalation techniques so that teachers have skills, a skill set to help de-escalate a child so it doesn't get to a place where they end up in the office being disciplined or suspended. We acknowledge as a district that the SEL area, the social emotional learning area, is a need, and it's an area that we really need to develop. And certainly we've taken the first step in terms of hiring Carolyn Troy, our Executive Director of Social Emotional Learning, and she's already doing lots of work to help, make these, to further develop our district in this area. She's working on professional development, curriculum adoption, and interventions that will support our students in a more effective way. Lynn Community Health Centers are in many of our schools, and the students are referred to behavioral health specialists and therapists who work with our students right in school and work with our families. That is an intervention that is in place. We bring, many of our schools bring in guest speakers to deter suspendable behaviors. So things like inviting Chris Herron in, anti-violence presentations, vaping presenter from Project Here. Our schools are bringing these presenters in to help students understand the behaviors so that we hopefully prevent those behaviors. We then also have instructional strategies that that our district has in place and are developing even further. Instructional strategies that mitigate behaviors that result in suspension. So one big one is our PBIS, Positive Behavioral Interventions and Supports. The underlying theme of PBIS is to teach behavioral expectation in the same manner as any other core curriculum subject. A team from the school attends a 2 or 3 day training provided by skilled trainers, and this school team will be comprised of administrators and teachers. The school will focus on 3 to 5 behavioral expectations that are positively stated and easy to remember for the students. Rather than telling students what not to do, the school will focus on preferred behaviors, and some examples of that is respect yourself, respect others, and respect property. Be safe, be responsible, be respectful. respect relationships, and respect responsibilities. So those are examples of core core values that a school would adopt as a whole school, and it becomes part of the culture of the school. We currently have 8 schools who are trained in PBIS. It's Fallon, Fecht O'Leary, Hood, Druitt's, Callahan, Brickett, Washington, and Marshall. These schools collect data through the May Center and through an online program called the Swiss program. And Lynn Public Schools is actively seeking grant money as we speak to expand the program into other schools. Another instructional strategy are the SchoolWorks school quality reviews. These reviews have been done in a variety of schools over the past years. I actually am, when I was at Harrington, was a school that did it many times as a level 4 school. This year, Lynn English High School participated in a review. The goal of that review, and really any review when we invite SchoolWorks in, is to understand how well a school is working to educate their students. The duration of these site visits is 1.5 days, and it's a process which is based on a research-based set of standards. The SchoolWorks quality criteria serves as a framework to understand the effectiveness of school practices. 2 key domains were looked at for Lynn English High School. Domain 1 was the instruction for the students, and domain 2 was students' opportunities to learn. So we were looking at the engagement of the student. How are we engaging students, and how are we supporting students in their learning? The following areas were identified for growth for Lynn English: student feedback, giving students direct feedback on the work that they're doing and their learning, and engaging students in purposeful instruction. So in the planning of lessons, that there are purposeful steps that teachers are taking to engage their students in the learning and keep them engaged in what they're learning. Working on these areas will help to get students connected to the teachers and connected to what they are learning. As a result, students will be less likely to have behavior issues if they're engaged in the learning in the classroom. So I now want to kind of shift to some examples of adjustments to practice that are happening. So school leadership teams are having conversations, and they're looking at their current practices, and they're making their own adjustments to try and support students and to alleviate some of the discipline issues that are going on in their schools. And so some examples of procedure adjustments to practice. There's a typical ladder of consequences that happen typically in schools, where a cluster or a teacher might give a detention for a behavior that was, an unwanted behavior in the classroom. A parent meeting with guidance with that parent and the student to have a discussion about how can we change this, what caused it, how can we make it better. The next step would be that, if the behavior doesn't stop, that the vice principal might do an intervention and try and work with the student and counsel that student to try and solve the problem. And then it might get to an office detention. And then this number 5 consequence is actually a breed-specific one. She is, Julie Loof and her team are actually looking at this counseling intervention academic center idea for their school. They're playing around with it this year. This is for students who do get suspended, but they're using it for indoor suspension. And the students would report to a room at Breed for 1 or more periods and receive counseling, and are provided the academic work from their math, English, social studies, and science teachers. Breed no longer offers, this is like the adjustment, right? So this was their in-school suspension. They are now looking at not having it count as an indoor suspension and counting it as an intervention for kids to give them a safe place where a counselor can work with them and work through what are the root causes of why you're struggling in the classroom, and how can we prevent that going forward. So Breed is looking at that on their own as a school. In-school suspension is still used in some schools. It's used for nonviolent minor infractions to keep students in school. Typically, the schools that do in-school suspension, the room is equipped with computers so that students can access assignments to complete. But please note that an in-school suspension still counts as a suspension, which is why Breed is looking to make an adjustment to their practice. And schools have added a variety of detention options, so now there's a little bit of flexibility there where they don't necessarily have to do an after-school detention, but maybe a morning detention if it works better for their schedule, or a Saturday detention, or if the afternoon detention works for them, then they would do the afternoon. So there's some adjustments that are happening in schools to be a little bit more flexible in how they are giving detention. Other adjustments, guidance and social workers are included in all discipline hearings in order to support the student in staying active with academics and to determine root cause of the behaviors. Student disagreements are referred to peer mediation to avoid escalated behaviors. Navigate student-teacher meetings, so the schools navigate student-teacher meetings to clear the air and repair any relationship between the teacher and the student to avoid continued behavior problems in class. They're implementing some restorative strategies with students. For example, student who skips class donates time back to the community and does some community service. Effect O'Leary utilizes a clinical team. They have a clinical director and 4 psychologist interns from 3 area colleges who are doing before school and after school home visits for students who are struggling behaviorally, to try and work with them to help resolve some of the outbursts and the behaviors and to get them back into school and to work out interventions within school to help prevent any further outbursts. The district began piloting a new program called the PASS program for all 4 high schools. We started this in January. Dennis Thompson, who's a VP at Lynn Classical, was going to be here to present this program to you. He sends his apologies. When we had to move the date, he was not available tonight, so I'm going to share with you what this program is all about. So the PASS program, it stands for Positive Alternative for Student Suspension. There are 2 main goals of the PASS program. The first is to provide positive alternatives to straight suspensions, and the second is to address the underlying issues that lead to the disciplinary action. Instead of sending students home for the day to do the same thing they were suspended for, the PASS program provides support rather than punishment. The PASS program components, there's a one-on-one academic tutoring. The tutoring covers all content areas. The school assignments, so the expectation is that students bring schoolwork with them, and the adults at the PASS program will assist them with any issues that they may have with the assignments. And then there's therapeutic groups and group and individual counseling that happen during the PASS program throughout the day. The therapeutic group supports in the following topics. So they support in coping skills, substance abuse and recovery, healthy relationships, mindfulness, and yoga. So we started with the PASS program in January, right after the new year. And so from January 14th through February 15th, so about 5 weeks, we've had a vacation, so this is the most updated data. Students who were referred to the PASS program were referred for infractions like vaping, leaving school without permission, cutting class due to depression or with being withdrawn, or social media threats. And then, so right now, our data, we have the number of suspended days or suspension days without PASS program was 22 in this time frame at Lynn Classical. The number of suspension days using the PASS program, 11 days of those 22 were referred to the PASS program, which means we saved 11 days of suspension for our data by using this program. This, we're just trying this out where we want to see how does the program work, and then we'll evaluate whether or not we want to continue. There is a cost to the program, so we need to evaluate that and whether we can do that. A student, so in terms of how does the process happen, like when a student has a discipline infraction, what's the process and how do they get referred? So the process starts the same way it would with any discipline process, where there's a meeting with the parent and the student, with the administration. And it doesn't always have to do with a discipline issue. Sometimes it can be a mental health issue. So those situations also could be referred to PASS. The program is explained to the student and the parent, expressing that it will reduce the suspension for that child. It will not be in their record that they were suspended. And if the parent agrees, they have to sign off on it, and a referral is made and a start date is determined. The date that they would go would be determined at that meeting. Right now, because the program is new, we are referring students that we know would be a good fit for this program. So not every student gets referred to the PASS program. They're being very selective about what are the right fit and where are we going to get our biggest bang for the student getting something out of it. Transportation is provided through a cab, but the student is picked up at the school. So once the date is set on when they would go, student reports to school, cab comes to the school, picks up the student with their work that they would do for the day. They are transported to the PASS program, which is in Beverly, at the YMCA in Beverly. The student spends the day there doing their work with tutors, seeing counselors and doing the support groups. They get fed, they have lunch, and then they are transported back to the school for dismissal. So it's logged into the system as present off campus. So they're present for Lynn Classical, but they're off campus getting supports to try and help the student make some changes to their behaviors and understand some coping skills so that it doesn't happen again. As I said, there is a yearly cost. We did it a partial year, so it was prorated. It cost us $6,000 for January to the end of the school year. If we were to do it for the year, the entire year, it would be $10,000. So we need to evaluate the success of the program, the value of the program, the effectiveness of the program before we determine whether we're going to budget to continue this. All 4 high schools can use it. My understanding is initially that middle schools could use it as well. I need to get clarification on that. There seems to be a discrepancy in whether it is for middle school or not, or it's strictly for high school. And then these are some of the program partners that work with the PASS program, so Children's Friends and Family, the Beverly YMCA, North Shore Recovery High School, and North Shore Consortium. So to close this presentation, I want to say again that no school wants to suspend their students. We are in education to educate, and certainly if the student is not there, the student's not getting educated, so we know that. Poor behavior will always be a challenge. However, this process is part of life's lessons, consequences for our actions. If we make poor choices, we need to give students the opportunity to learn from these choices, so that's where the negative side of discipline this is where we need to work harder on, is acknowledging that, yes, mistakes happen, there are consequences for our mistakes, but we need to help our students understand those consequences, give them the supports to change the behavior so that they can move on and live a better life. The Lynn Public Schools is actively working on ways that we can re-engage our students in learning and be more reflective on how we can support our students and provide interventions for the root cause of the behaviors. As research shows, and as Dr. Tutwiler had brought to our attention at last year's presentation, suspendable behavior is the symptom, not the source of the problem. We need to consider the challenges in our students' lives and where they are developmentally. We embrace that value as Lynn Public Schools, all of us. But I want to say, as a mom as well, it is about finding the balance between providing the supports for our students and acknowledging that there are variables to their lives that are impacting why they're doing what they're doing, but helping that balance of understanding that there are consequences for our actions. When they get in a workforce, whether it's in college, in a profession, in a trade, in a local store, whatever workforce they go into, there are consequences for poor behavior. And so that's part of life's lessons. But we do need to work harder on not suspending and excluding kids from their education. And I feel like we are doing that as a school. As a school district, we have more work to do, but we are on the right path.
Questions, Member Satterwhite?
Thank you. We have, we all know that we have a very diverse student body, and we have students that come from all around the world that call in public schools home. But we also have to take our students at where they are in their lives, and that's where we have to educate them that behavior does matter, and that's key right now and for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
What I had mentioned last year when this presentation was brought to us by Dr. Tutwiler, and I believe we all had similar statements, was that the social emotional aspect of it was going to be very important.
It is.
It's on a different level than the PBIS, where you can delve a little further into the individual student and where they're at in their culture, in their home, and how their thought of what does respect mean to you? Because respect can mean something different to all of us. So it's important to know what they think respect is and then to show them what respect is. So I was encouraged by the fact that you are looking to further develop SEL with regards to the behavioral aspect of it. So that's something that I just wanted to emphasize, that I would hope that that would take place, and this would be a key component to the intervention aspect of it.
You are correct. It is a key component. And I think the coping skills, providing the education for our students to understand their behavior, and the coping skills so that when they're in the same situation again, they're in a conflict with someone, that they cope with it differently and do, and respond differently. That's the piece, that's the SEL piece that we are drastically missing. I think individual schools do work on that, but when you're, let's use the middle schools as an example. Breed has almost 1,500 kids. That's a lot of kids, and if you have multiple kids who are in conflict with each other, it's kind of hard for them to have the time or the staff to be able to support those students. The staff they do have, they are absolutely, putting them out there to help kids, but we are missing kids because our numbers are so high, and we need the supports in place.
And that's one of my questions was going to be. So the PASS program, these other programs that you're talking about, where it's for Breed, I don't know where they're going to find the space for this center. But say they have this center, and it's a place where kids go to the room and they receive counseling and they receive the academic work and all that stuff. Some kids have anxiety, some kids have depression. and they can't necessarily focus in a positive way around other students. And I don't want this to turn into an alternative.
No.
Where they misbehave just to get away from all of that. So is there going to be something in place that will somehow approach these students that may be needing something else than the intervention, because it's not used for that particular point. It's supposed to be used to help kids understand that their behavior is unacceptable, not as a way for kids to get away and to cope with their anxiety or depression. So that's where I foresee some kids utilizing the system in a way that it's not made for. So I just want to address that.
Do you want, I mean,
Go ahead. I'll go right after.
I think in Carolyn Troy's work, the SEL initiatives that get put in place, and she is actively working on that. I think once we get the curriculum in place, that the schools have the culture and the understanding of how to support in an SEL way,
Okay.
I think that we're going to see some shifts for those situations. As a former principal myself, you still had the kids who tried to escape, right? Didn't feel, they felt like they were overwhelmed in the classroom and just needed to escape. And I would sit in my office a number of days talking through with that student, how can we help make it better? And actually at Harrington School, that was when we did the whole trauma sensitive classroom professional development. Every classroom had a soft space in their room, a place where a student knew, if I'm feeling overwhelmed, I can go over here where there's books and maybe a beanbag chair, and I can chill for a little bit and then come back.
Okay.
And many of our elementary schools have that. Secondary, not so much. It's very different. It's a different environment that I'm still learning a lot about, because I'm an elementary person, but I'm telling you, I'm loving this secondary stuff. But we have to look at it differently for secondary. And I feel like our secondary principals are on board to look at it differently. They are acknowledging we have to do things differently.
Okay, thank you.
Member Castellanos.
I want to say thank you so much for this presentation. Discipline it's a very touchy subject. I definitely appreciate the way you presented tonight. Engagement is so important. I believe you hit a point earlier. You say if we get kids, if we're able to engage these kids, we're able to enhance their curiosity, to being interested in what's happening in the classroom. I definitely think we can prevent that. But I believe that there are some SEL barriers to that, especially when we have children, students being put in these positions who have heavy trauma, life experiences that are going to prevent them from really going into a classroom and to learn. And I see that we have PD in helping traumatized children learn, and I appreciate that intervention. But I didn't see anything about bullying, and I know there's lots of children who are bullied, and there's several factors on how that happens, and how a lot of kids who do experience bullying, their disruptions are sometimes not immediately. They prolonged and they get extended until something happens. I see that the interventions are laid out. I understand that we have interventions. I think what's important is to focus on prevention. I think we need to figure out some preventions and to really look at, okay, how can we, I see that we have the PASS program as an alternative, and I know there's lots of work to do. It's really crucial that we highlight the therapeutic group supports that are going to be offered for kids who get in trouble to receive those supports. I think kids should get those coping skills, substance abuse recovery, healthy relationships, and mindfulness and yoga class before they get to that point. So we can get to that, so they don't get labeled. And I know that is obviously we have work to do, and there's community partners that do this work now, and it's important to, if we could tap into those networks, and it's obviously we are very aware that, these kids are they're at a crossroads in their lives. And it's important for us as adults to recognize that. But it's a very difficult thing to do if you're not a trained expert on it. And I think the PD and development to that, you know, those I know crisis intervention. I see Fect O'Leary was put on the map, but for their suspensions. But you got to be aware of safety. I think school safety is important. And some of those kids who do get suspended, I think we take a look at the criteria. You know, why are these kids reaching that level of anger? What's happening? And I know we have these institutions in place to help with that and resources, but we really need to take a look at the root of the problem. As a DCF social worker, we have to start to look at the root of the issue. And some of these things don't happen during the school hour. At home is a very important piece. We got to find out early. And to figure out what the detection system is, I think it's laid out pretty clearly in the prevention. I think therapeutic group supports are very crucial. And I believe that if we could, think outside the box and we can really, connect and collaborate with some of the community partners and also, develop in the Center Board has a true mentoring program that I just went to at the Boys and Girls Club, and they're having a difficult time filling those slots. It shouldn't be like that. We don't have enough social workers and our guidance counselors. They have this heavy responsibility of trying to catch these kids. The high schools are overpopulated. The middle schools are heavy. How are we supposed to do that? It's hard, and it's really a prevention step that we need to take. And it's all of us. It's the community. It's everyone at this table. It's everyone in the audience today. Everyone out there on camera who can see this. I think we really need to focus on these children, and there's a lot of innocence that's taken from them when they experience these type of traumas, and we are doing work. But I'm just really this really hits home for me because I'm on the cuff with kids at 16 years old who've been labeled. These kids been out suspended. These kids should never be out of school because when they get suspended, they either have a single parent at home and they're doing bad stuff. They get caught up in the mix. And now they have a case. It's really devastating. And this is what it's the school to prison pipeline that really is what we're feeding. And it's not fair to our kids. It's not fair to the parents. It's not fair to the administrators. It's not fair for the city of Lynn, who has a stigma of people thinking that we're producing these kind of kids. I heard a student tonight had a 4.5 GPA. That's unbelievable. We got to hear about that stuff. Sorry.
Mr. Castellanos, can I touch on something you said? A couple of things, actually.
Sorry. There was a lot of that
One, you talked about engaging the students. There's two parts to engaging students, right? One is academically engaging them. That the instruction is it's fun, it's relevant. There's connections to why am I learning this to the real world? The other side of that is relationships. And, you talked about that we have a lot of kids and not enough staff to do it. We do need to tap into, other agencies and other programs that are out there. That's kind of where we're focusing with the secondary is in the engagement. Classical's doing a lot of work around engagement. Lynn English, we are looking at getting that school connected with a consultant around engagement. So that's in process. There are schools that are doing preventative work on mindfulness. I just happened to Christina Colella from Shoemaker, who I worked directly with at Harrington. There are a number of schools that do the mindfulness PD with their teachers so that they can do coping skills and preventative things within their own classroom with their students. Meditation, yoga, all of that. So I highly respect what you're saying, and you are 100% right. As a person who grew up in poverty, I wasn't the acting out kid. I was the quiet, withdrawn kid in the back who did not perform to the level that I should have been able to in school, but it was because I was experiencing trauma. I was withdrawn and thinking about, is there going to be enough food at home? What's going to happen when I get home? So I totally agree with you. We have a lot of kids who are doing that every day.
Thank you so much, Deb.
Member Gately, then Member Capola.
Deb, over the years, I seem to remember several teachers talking to me about yoga in the classroom after lunch. Do they still do that on the elementary level? They would recess or after lunch. Do you know what I'm talking about, Kim? They would do yoga.
Yeah, some schools have a mindfulness or a wellness initiative in their schools.
And it really does help them to deal with the issues that's going on in a nice, positive way. Maybe, hopefully, when they get up to the middle schools, that would change it for them. Is there any way we could get that throughout our elementary schools? Not to put more work on the elementary school teachers, I hate that, but maybe just to help students to calm down.
Building that SEL framework.
And that will be in there.
And the mindfulness training has been budgeted in the budget multiple years. It's under Mike Geary, under Health, and he offers it out to schools every year, and every year at least one other school. Christine, did you? I'm sorry, and I shouldn't even. You just recently did it, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, doesn't
So,
Lisa
each
Lynch-
year another school joins in, and I think part of it is just not understanding it completely about what it is and how it can impact, and I think we need to message that better.
Thank you. You did a great job on your presentation.
Thank you.
It was a lot.
A little
to
stressed.
explain. You did a great job.
Member Capola.
Well, I'm going to get back to that. This is actually a law, because there was such a concern about suspensions. And I think, in all actuality, we're doing something, but we've been really slow at doing it in the Lynn Public Schools. Last year at the presentation, you stated that the in-school suspension is the same in the tallies as out-of-school suspension. Okay. And
Considered a suspension, no matter what, whether it's in school or out of school.
Right.
The state delineates in school and out of school, but if you're an in-school suspension, it is a suspension.
Okay. And we talked last year about making changes. So I know we've made you've added the PASS program, but is that $6,000 per student?
No.
It's a one flat rate of $6,000. How many children do we have in that?
We've so far utilized it for 11 students, but there is no limit.
There's no limit. So that was just one figure, that 11.
Actually,
so in September we could have sent 11, or October.
That just happens to be the amount of students that Classical has sent to that program from when we started the program in January to
okay, so it only started in January,
Yes.
is what you're saying
Yes.
to me. Okay, so at this point we probably only have 11, unless there have been some others
I actually
referred.
checked with Mr. Thompson prior to this presentation earlier today, and he confirmed that because of the vacation, there has been no additions to that data right now.
Yeah.
But they do use it where they feel it's appropriate and where the student really could benefit from it.
Okay, and my concern is because the numbers for 2019, that's the start of this school year, is that what that is? That you have Lynn Public School discipline incidents, September through January. In the high school is 857. So what plan do we have other than the PASS? What creative plan or something that's really going to work besides in-house suspension and sending them home? Where are the other plans? Because we should have other things besides this PASS. The PASS is probably for the most extreme cases of discipline. I don't know if that's true or not. I'm, looking at, what you had down there.
Yeah,
vaping, leaving school, cutting class, depression, withdrawal, social media threats.
Yeah,
So, maybe that is. But what about the other stuff? Where is our plans for the other, reducing this suspension?
Okay. So the overarching theme is really one of trying to address the issue, the root cause with the student. We can have lots of, fancy programs, but if we don't understand the reason why a student behaves in a way that is not in keeping with our expectations, and then try to work with that student and his or her family to address the issue, it's just going to keep happening. And so, in-school suspension, the social emotional learning effort, and frankly, the attendance initiative, I think is huge as it relates to suspensions. A student's attendance and to some degree tardies are manifestations of some sort of unmet need. And those are often students who have attendance issues, also have discipline issues in the school. So now we're being way more attentive and intentional in working with that student, engaging the social worker, which there is one now at English High School, one at Classical, not even close to being enough. One social worker for almost 1,900 students at English High School, one at Classical for over 1,800 students. Not enough, but there's an effort in place to really try to meet the social and emotional needs of the students. Next meeting, I believe you're going to hear a presentation from Carolyn Troy on the social and emotional learning curriculum and related professional development, a proposal, and that's for K-5 for next year. Once that's in place, the idea next year is to begin looking for social and emotional learning curriculum and professional development for the secondaries. And so I hear you when you say it's slow. It is, but it's intentional, because the idea is to make sure that the change that we're making is sustainable. If you see this change drop 7 or 8 points or 6 points in a year, it ain't going to be like that the next year. If it is consistently going down a little bit each year, then you can believe it. And so I'm just as impatient with the progress as the next person. And I'm glad that Deb consistently said we are not done, we are not pleased with where we are, but we are moving in the right direction. It's just change is a process, not an event, and sustainable change in particular, it's going to take some time.
And how can we implement it in, starting in our secondaries, middle and high school, to a similar program to the past, but keeping it in-house in some way? Giving that their work, and going into a room where, they're going to not be suspended, sent home, or just be suspended in a room that they're not doing their work. Let's get the work done. I mean, how can we do that? I mean, is that something you would look at putting in the budget?
Yeah, I mean, conceptually, it makes a lot of sense to do. I mean, the PASS program personally aligns with my philosophical approach to addressing particularly students who have issues that are in the realm that call for a therapeutic or therapy-related intervention. What it's going to take is space and personnel. I mean, if you look at who's staffed at the PASS program, I mean, you're talking about clinicians. And again, Breed is piloting the Counseling and Intervention Center, the CIAC, but they've got one social worker at that school, and I believe 3 guidance counselors for 1,500 kids.
And I understand that because Linfield High School has a small amount. I don't even think they probably have 1,000 students. I don't know the number, but they have 3 social workers, and they're asking in their budget this year to add more on. I mean, there's no comparison to what we have. I get it, but we need to start really putting that money out. I mean, I know we don't have the space, but if that's going to require a renting space, and if we can send kids in a cab to a PASS program someplace else, why can't we do that in-house in some way for the kids that aren't, needing that full clinical kind of a scope, like what, is being offered for Children's and Friends and, the consortium and the Recovery High School. But we really need to start doing that because we can't go from year to year. I don't like sitting here. The law went into effect 2014, and here we are in 2019, and we're still plugging away, seeming to be not having enough to make a change for a kid. Yeah. Because I don't think kids feel good having suspensions either,
They don't.
to be honest with you.
They don't.
Yeah. Although I had one kid who liked him. Personally myself, so.
Member Nicholson?
At home, sorry.
Thank you. Just echo my colleagues to thank you for the presentation. I thought this was really helpful. And I was thinking throughout the presentation what Dr. Tutwiler had said last year about that suspensions are a sign of an unmet need. And I think it's terrific that we are developing that social-emotional curriculum to address that. And I think, that's going to show up in this conversation about suspensions. It's going to show up around the city and other problems that we have. When you think about teaching kids coping skills and good decision-making, we talk about the opioid issue that we have and talk about wanting to reduce the prevalence of domestic violence and all those kinds of issues. The kind of skills you teach in an early age about how to make good decisions are going to be really helpful for that. So thank you for your work on that. I did have a couple of questions just clarifying about the numbers. So when we talk about these percentages, and so in the first slide, Lynn is at almost at 7%. That's the number of students that have had any sort of suspension.
Can you tell me which page you're on?
Sorry, the first one.
The urban? Yeah, okay, go ahead.
Yeah.
Asher, okay.
So is there, do we track at all the sort of the frequency and duration of suspensions over time? So in other words, would we know if students, the same number of students are getting suspended, but they're acting out less, and so suspension days have gone down?
Yeah, we all of that data is collected in our data center.
Okay.
Sure.
Do we know what the trends are? Do you know what the trends are there for the
Are the number of days going down? We didn't research that for this.
Okay. All right.
But we can.
Yeah, I mean, because I agree with what you were saying about wanting to make sure that progress is sustainable and that we're making progress. Obviously, the last year we did not make progress after having had a year that we improved. Are there thoughts as to what is slowing the pace of the progress for this last year?
So one of the things, it being new at secondary, that I was interested in was what were the types of suspensions, like what were kids getting suspended for. And no-show detention, it put a big question mark in my head. Like, is that what we want to suspend kids for? Is there another way to have kids understand there are consequences for your action? You had a responsibility to do something, you didn't do it, which is an important lesson to know and learn. But is a suspension the right consequence for that, right? Could we come up with a more creative way for them to provide the consequence, right? And I do know that the secondary schools are looking at that, and they're thinking about that, and that's where the flexibility and how detentions can be served. Like in some cases, kids can't do the after-school detention because they have to go to work. Yeah. Some kids come in the morning. Some go on Saturdays. But detention for me, and even as a principal myself, I struggled with detention. I was like, but as a parent, when you think about as a parent, when you have a child who doesn't do what you ask them to do, and you send them to their room, if they came out and said, no, I'm not going to do that, as a parent, like, don't you want your child to understand that you can't, you have to, there's a consequence, you made a poor choice, you need to learn from this poor choice. But we really have to think it through and really dig into why did that happen? What's the reason that they're not showing? How can we make other alternatives for that so that they're still learning the balance between right and wrong and consequences for your actions, but we're cognizant of where these kids are coming from and what they're up against and the variables that are impacting it. So that's an area that if like I would like to work with the secondary schools around thinking that through and coming up with a better plan on addressing that. And that could be a quick fix, not a total fix, but it could make improvement if we think differently about detentions just in general.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, and I like what Dr. Tuttle, that makes sense, thank you. And I like what Dr. Tuttle said about linking it with the attendance issue, because when you we talk about, we wish we had more time with the kids, more time to learn, a longer day, a longer year, whatever. If you are adding up all the time that we're getting back by keeping kids in school, by not suspending them, by giving them what they need so that they can show up every day, we're adding a lot of learning time to their educational career, and that's exciting. So I also just want to say, I think that the drop in the gap by race in suspensions from 2014 to 2018, I think that's important. I think, Member Castellanos mentioned the school-to-prison pipeline and the disproportionate effects that suspension can have by race, and I think that the fact that that's an issue that communities around the country are struggling with, and something that we've made identifiable progress on is noteworthy. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much. It was a great discussion, and thank you for the presentation. Ongoing discussion on how we can move forward, and obviously with the passion make a difference. So thank you. Next on the agenda is new business, and we've got some field trip requests.
We do, and Sergeant Major has been so patient. Has two on here, and I'm just excited to hear about them.
And, I'll talk about both trips at the same time. I'll start from the second one and work into the first one, because the first one is probably the most important one. The second one is a trip to the All-Service Nationals in Daytona Beach, Florida. It is the 17th year that the cadets at Lynn English High School have qualified to go to the All-Service Championship. The journey started in September. They make a name for themselves. Obviously, you have seen them around. 49 individuals started in September. There's 45 left. There's only 4 that are not on the journey right now, and that is because of grades. To be able to go to the trip to Daytona, you must have a 70 percentile average in all of your classes. You cannot fail one class whatsoever. You must do at least 2 hours of community service every month. And you must be able to, like, literally be well respected. And I just love that in-depth conversation we just had about suspension, because that's one of the things that's part of the team. They must be respectful. Then on top of that, they have to make sure that they're doing everything in the school and being very respectful in the school. The team was selected in the first round. They are ranked in the nation. Out of 114 teams that go to the competition, the girls' team is ranked 4th. The boys' team is ranked 12th. They have just put so much effort in it, and it just doesn't go from September and May and then they're done. For some of these, this has been a 4-year nonstop activity where they do it every day. They come to school in the morning at 6:15 and practice till 7:30, go to class, get after school, go to mandatory study hall, and then do a little bit of drill afterwards, and then come in on a Saturday for 3 to 4 hours and do drill. The first event is the Marine Corps Nationals, which is going to be in Washington, D.C. this year. This is the 3rd year the Marine Corps Nationals is in effect. We qualified the first year and went to Dallas, Texas. They got to see AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play. Second year, we went to a place called Gary, Tennessee, and the only thing that was there was barbecue, so they ate a lot of barbecue. This year, it's in Washington, D.C., and this trip, because they qualified, they were number 1 in the Northeast region, the Marine Corps decided to give them an extra day. The Marine Corps is paying for the first trip. They're paying everything. There's not 1 cent that the kid has to pay for the trip to go to Washington, D.C., and if approved, what the Marine Corps is going to do is let us leave on the 11th. The 12th would be a day of sightseeing in Washington, D.C. We've already contacted Seth Moulton's office and Senator Warren's office to see if we could get a trip to their office on the 12th. We contacted the Arlington Cemetery, Marine Barracks 8th and I, and a couple other museums to see if we can get to visit them if the trip is approved. And then the competition is on the 13th. One of the schools that's in Virginia found out that we were coming to Washington, D.C., so they called yesterday. It's Leesburg High School in Leesburg, Virginia. They found out the team was coming, and they had seen the team perform in Washington or in Daytona a couple years ago. So they called up and asked if we would be willing to come to Leesburg High School the evening of the 12th, which is that Friday evening, the evening before the competition, and do a drill presentation for their high school of 1,300 students.
Nice.
Wow. Excellent.
If the trip is approved, we're more than happy to come. And then they turned around and said they would feed the students also.
Wow.
That's awesome. That's awesome.
They are just, we just got done talking about bad things. These are the ambassadors of this city, and I can tell you they're just a godsend to take. I will take them any place.
Yeah.
I have a question.
Sure. Before you, I'd like to make a comment. Impressive the work that goes on with all these students. It's just amazing. But I had a chance to see them last week at a pretty amazing event at Iwo Jima Day with the 6 Iwo Jima veterans, and they were amazing to be able to bring those veterans down and be part of that ceremony with the governor and the secretary of Veterans Affairs and a colonel from the Marine Corps and quite a contingent of veterans, Marines, and they just continue to impress no matter what they do. So last week was another highlight, I think, in terms of what's going on at the ROTC program. I was there and I had a chance to experience that. So I just want to say it continues to be a job well done. So, Member Satterwhite?
Will the same students that are going to Washington be going to Daytona?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
A lot of days off from school.
Well, the first one is during April vacation. It's
Good.
the April vacation week. And like I said, every student has to have a 70 percentile average across the board. They can't have any Fs. Plus, they will be doing homework on the trip to Daytona. The teachers give them homework to do. They have 2 hours of study when they're at the hotels doing work, and they have to turn that in when they get back.
Well, they're hard workers, so they deserve the time.
I will tell you right now, one of my seniors is got his application into the Naval Academy. One of my sophomores, I have 3 people on the National Honor Society.
Wow.
My sophomore is the #1 student in the sophomore class. I have 4 individuals who are special needs 504 plans, and they get help from the other students who are the individuals who are leading the way. So
Awesome.
they work together quite well.
Great.
Member Castellanos?
You're like the Bill Belichick of ROTC. Like, I feel like I've been seeing you doing this. Even when I was when I was at English, I just remember like the alumni network developed through this program must be enormous. It's incredible what you're doing, what your staff is doing, your team, Mr. Strange. I had good friends that went through this program as a kid, and a lot of these kids really, they needed that. They needed that sense of camaraderie, that team atmosphere, and it's the leadership that just generated from what you guys do, and those experiences are lifelong, and there's still so much given involved with all that, and the level of respect I have for you and what this represents, it's incredible. I can't believe I don't like crying on TV. I don't know why I don't know, but I'm very grateful. And thank you. I appreciate that. It's
All
awesome.
the support I get from everybody in the city and the community, I could not do this. And I will tell you, I have a special love for the mayor and for the simple stuff that his father went through, because his father was an Iwo Jima veteran. And the 23 years that I have been doing this, these kids in this city just keep me going. I mean, to get up and go to practice at 6 o'clock in the morning and stay at school at 6 o'clock in the evening, doing all the stuff we do, it's because some of these kids in this city just don't have anything, and this is what they gravitated to. And this is the only thing that they'll see. Their time in high school is just literally amazing. And 1% go in the military. That's the other mistake that people haven't understand. There's more kids that go to college from ROTC than go into the military. That's the other part about it. And to answer your question about legacy, there are 19 police officers in the city of Lynn who were former students of ROTC.
Member Gately?
Sergeant Major, you are simply the best. Your teams are always phenomenal. And I myself have been in the school and have seen the dedication those students have made. I go by there in the afternoon, and they're out there 3 to 7, marching, practicing. Without you even outside, they have their own person in charge. So the amount of hours that they put into their drill and practice supersedes the amount of hours they've gone on these 2 trips. So I commend you, and I can't wait to see what hardware you're bringing back.
Well, 3 years ago, we went to the Marine Corps Nationals. We finished 5th. Last year, we finished 3rd. So if you do the math.
We're all about data.
All about data.
And it all goes back to Dr. Tutwiler in the beginning of the school year. Work smart, work hard, work together.
Yeah. Thank you.
I can only guess.
So I recommend that they go, but it's on your vote.
Make a motion that Lynn English, MC Junior, ROTC 2000, be allowed to go to the 2019 National Junior ROTC Drill Team Championship, April 11th to the 14th, 2019 in Washington, D.C.
Second.
There's a second. Roll call required.
Yes. Mr. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford, absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes.
And I make a motion that Lynn English, the junior ROTC, to be allowed to go to the 2019 National High School Drill Team Championship, April 30th to May 7th, 2019, in Daytona Beach, Florida.
Second.
Second is a roll call that's required.
Mr. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford, absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good luck
Thank
and
you.
bring the hardware home.
I want to see you in June with the hardware.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I love that guy.
Next on the agenda, Superintendent.
Yep, we have the Lynn Classical softball team who would like to go to a tournament in Orlando, Florida, also during the April vacation. And we have some Ram fam in the house, so if they want to come forward and let us know what they're up to.
I just want to quickly, I'll bite my tongue back there on a no-show detention, suspensions. I can't speak for every school, but I know at Classical when it comes to no-show detentions, they don't go anywhere without their phones. We have very, very minimal, if any, no-show detention suspensions because we'll take their phone. They don't go home without them. They'll do their detention.
Great idea.
When it came to tardiness, there used to be a 10-1 inside suspension, 20, and believe me, there's plenty of kids who get 20 tardies, would be a home suspension, but we did away with, it didn't change behavior. Giving them a suspension did not change behavior. They still came tardy. So they did their detention, but we got rid of the suspensions on that. So that was the one part of no-show detention. Take their phone, they don't go.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just a cruise director here. I'll
Okay.
Well, I pulled him in because he's done it before, and he's helped me out a ton, so, we are going down to Orlando, Florida. We proposed, to leave on the Friday because it saved us over $10,000
Ooh.
fundraising, from the parents and the community. So it'd just be one school day missed. I'll make sure that the kids get all of their work that they would miss for that day, and they have the online Jupiter, so they can, put it, pass it into the teachers or give it straight when they get back. But we'll be going down there to play 2 games. And I went when I was in high school, and it's one of the best team bonding things that you can ever imagine for the kids. I still talk, when I see teammates from high school, I still talk about it with them. It's an awesome experience.
There was 3 teams I've taken down, and in their young adult lives, all those girls, it was 42 girls. It's the top memory for them in their young adult lives. It's like Erica said, it was last 3 times we've gone down, it was between $420 and $550 for airfare. When I called the same person that got the airfare last time, $900 to $1,400. Almost dropped the phone, and I said, the same week we went April vacation. So it was so much more money, and she said, well, I can get you there on Friday. That will save you about $10,000. I said, well, let's make some phone calls. Actually, I think, Don, I ran into you at the school that day. Lorraine, I spoke to you, and Mr. Constantino called Dr. Tutwiler, and we didn't do anything without seeing if it was gonna be okay. And it's a great trip. I'm all, like I said, I'm the cruise director. My daughter's actually one of the kids on the team, so they came and asked me to talk to Coach, and they would love to go. And, Sergeant Major has a great trip. They're going to see Mickey Mouse.
I love that.
They'll play their non-league games down there. That will count towards MIA qualification.
Oh, nice.
That's great.
Good too.
My wife's a softball alum at Lynn Classical, and she went on a trip, and she has the same kind of memory. So understand how great an experience it is. So, Superintendent?
Yeah, equally, I enthusiastically endorse this trip.
Okay, I make a motion that allow Lynn Classical softball team go to Disney World, Orlando, Florida, April 12th to the 18th, 2019.
Second.
Roll call is required.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent, Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Ms. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Thank you.
Congrats.
Good luck and win the
Good luck.
game.
Thank you.
Have a nice trip.
Congrats.
Have fun.
That hesitation was because he
Superintendent,
was
next on, we have another.
So the last field trip request is a little bit of work and a little bit of fun. Proposal to take Breed, Marshall, and Pickering choirs to a performance, the Trills and Thrills, in Nashua across the state line, and then head on to Canterbury Lake Park afterward.
Just
Enthusiastically endorse this.
I'd just like to make a comment. I'm not sure if the committee's aware, but there was a dedication at the state senate yesterday for the Frederick Douglass. Is actually his bust is in the state senate, and one of his quotes is actually memorialized now in the new state senate. And there was a great ceremony with the Senate president and many of the constitutional officers, and there was the Breed Middle School choir sang the national anthem, and they were amazing and were very well received. So, as you mentioned, the choir and some of the work going to it, but very proud to be there to see them sing, and they did a wonderful job, and everybody there was pretty impressed with what they're doing. So, just want to make everyone aware of that as we're talking about this trip.
Okay, I'd like to make a motion to allow Breed, Marshall, Pickering Middle School choirs to the Trills and Thrills performance in Nashua, New Hampshire, then to follow it to Canterbury Lake Park on June 7th, 2019.
Second.
Roll call required.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent, Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Next on the agenda is a request to accept a donation of a basketball hoop to Fallon Elementary School by Corey Kucera.
I support this donation as well.
Right.
Make a motion to request to accept the donation of a basketball hoop to Fallon Elementary School by Corey Kucera. Hope I'm saying that right.
Corey Kucera, I think.
Kucera.
There's a motion on the table.
Second.
Roll call required.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent, Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Thank you for the basketball hoop. That's great. Next on the request to accept donation of $500. Yes, Member
One
Gately.
thing, Mary, could you send a note of thank you?
Yep.
To the donation for the card.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Member Gately. Next on the list is Camp Rotary proposal to, request to accept donation of $500 from Texas Instruments for Lynn English High School.
Enthusiastically support that donation. Ask for your support.
Is it for calculators?
No, I think it's cash.
Well, we got it in our email. What it was someone donated $500 and they matched it as a former employee.
Got it.
Great.
Make a motion that we accept a donation of $500 from Texas Instruments for English High School.
Second.
Roll call is required.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent, Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Mary, don't forget.
Next is the Camp Rotary proposal to fund 36 Lynn students to Camp Rotary for 1 week of summer camp. Lynn Kids to Camp. Now, this is the 5th year.
Wow.
Mr. Cowdell has been very patient in waiting, and I'm familiar with this opportunity, and it's a wonderful opportunity for kids. But I'll let him share.
Good to see you. Good to see everybody. Glad I came on a slow news night. I'm happy to be able to represent Camp Rotary and the Lynn Rotary Club and Youth Service Managers. This is the 5th year that we have been able to sponsor 36 Lynn students to come to camp for free for a week of summer camp, overnight camp. And it's been very well received by all the principals. What we do is most of you are familiar with it, but what we do is offer each elementary school principal one student that they can select. And at the secondary schools, we offer 2 students that they can select. And there are no stipulations on it, so they can pick anybody that they choose, somebody who may just need a week away or somebody that they think is really representing their core values and they'd like to reward and use as a motivator. But it's really been going well. This is the 5th year, so I'm happy to say that 3 of the students that started at the beginning, we were able to return, and 3 of them have joined us on staff as counselors. So, so that's really
very nice.
That's great. Really good to say, because it really is at that level that I think it has the most impact, where it actually changes kids' lives. And one of the kids is a senior at Lynn Tech, and he wrote his college essay all about Camp Rotary and how it impacted him and changed his life. So I would ask you to consider it favorably again this year.
Great.
Agreed. Full endorsement. Wonderful opportunity for kids.
I make a motion that Camp Rotary proposal to fund 36 Lynn students to Camp Rotary for 1 week of summer camp called Lynn Kids to Camp for the 5th year.
Second.
Second.
It's a second. We need a roll call.
Mr. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes.
I'd like to just say that last year, 3 of my granddaughters went to Camp Rotary and loved every minute of it. So thank you for doing
I'd like
that.
to say, can I say one thing? Rich, you know my son. He worked for you for years. He wrote his college essay also, and he finished college. So good things coming for that boy that's there now.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you very much.
For coming.
Next on the agenda is a vote to submit a statement of interest to the MSBA for an accelerated repair project at Lynn Tech, main windows and doors. And this is the required form of the vote, and I'm going to read it, and then we can move forward on it with your support. Resolved, having convened an open meeting on February 28, 2019, prior to the closing date, the Lynn School Committee, in accordance with its charters, bylaws, and ordinances, has voted to authorize the superintendent to submit the Mass School Building Authority the statement of interest dated February 15th, 2019, for the Lynn Vocational Technical Institute, 80 Neptune Boulevard, Lynn, Mass. 01902, which describes and explains the following deficiencies and priority categories for which an application may be submitted to the Mass School Building Authority in the future. Replacing the windows and doors as priority statement of interest for the MSBA Accelerated Repair Program for 2019. Hereby further specifically acknowledges that by submitting this statement of interest form, the Massachusetts School Building Authority in no way guarantees the acceptance of the approval and application, the awarding of a grant, or any other funding commitment from the Massachusetts School Building Authority, or commits Lynn School District to filing an application for the funding with the Mass School Building Authority. Again, this was is dated February 15th. We'll be voting at it on today, the 28th, and I'd like to see your support to move forward on this.
Make a motion.
There's a motion made to accept the
as is.
Yep.
As read.
Second.
Second.
We need a roll call on this.
Mr. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Mr. Ford absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. Thank you. And next is on the agenda is a reaffirmation of votes taken revising the maximum age policy on January 31st, 2019. Would you like to speak to that at all?
Right. So there was a conversation in subcommittee and language that was moved along to the whole committee, and I'm not quite sure where we left it.
I thought
We voted on it, yeah. This is just, we just have to reaffirm the
Right.
language of the
Correct.
policy. So,
Exactly.
yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
So it's a reaffirmation of the vote.
Does it need to be read again, or is it just?
I think just saying that reaffirmation of the vote taken on the policy on the dates stated would be the motion. Is that correct?
Motion so moved.
Second.
That requires a roll call.
Mr. Cassianis?
Yes.
Ms. Pola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee? Mayor McGee?
Deliberating.
Yes. Thank you. So next on the agenda, we have the beginning process of the, actually the part that we selection of standards and indicators for the superintendent's evaluation. And I'm really looking forward to a discussion from the members of the committee related to that. Hopefully you've had a chance to, I'm sure you have had a chance to go through that. So this is, at this point, part of the discussion as we move forward into the evaluation process. So there's a number of standards, and then we get a chance to pick the indicators related to what we feel will be part of the discussion as we move forward on that. Is there discussion related to that? Member Nicholson?
Thank you. So, like we talked about last time, this is the second half of the evaluation. We decided on the goals in the fall, and last meeting came up with a schedule, and I think we have a great plan for following up on that. This is the other part of the evaluation process that we were presented to by MASC about the specific indicators that we are going to evaluate on, in addition to measuring the performance of the goals. I think one of the things that I had thought about last time, I think other members mentioned as well, was the fact that we're choosing this roughly halfway through the evaluation period would maybe make sense to try to pick standards that were consistent with some of the goals that we had been talking about working on anyway, and allow Dr. Tutwiler to suggest sort of what he is seeing in points of emphases as he's working on the goals that we all talked about in the fall. So I believe Dr. Tutwiler has done that. So I, for one, would be interested in starting there as we sort of come to a consensus about what we would evaluate in the fall.
I think that's... any other members? Or
Looking at his and looking at yours, and they're the same.
Great minds.
Interesting. Okay.
Checking mine out?
Oh, I didn't see yours. I just see both of theirs because they're pink highlighted.
I asked him to send it to me.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. There you go. Okay.
So would we...
Yeah, I'll speak to it. So, you, as is the case for all educators in Massachusetts, you have to determine a rating for, and as Dorothy Presser presented, some time ago, you have to give a rating on each of the 4 standards. And what I'm suggesting or recommending for emphasis or for focus are the indicators and elements that I think align with the work tied to the goals, but then also what I'm really emphasizing in my entry, this being my first year in the role. So under Standard 1, I'm recommending the indicator B, the instruction indicator, and in particular, the element number 3. So how we typically talk about it in our day-to-day activities would be 1B3. And that particular element is around meeting diverse learners' needs when you think about the student learning goal that we agreed upon at the beginning of the year. The other indicator in Standard 1 is E, data-informed decision-making, and in particular, element number 3, improvement of performance, effectiveness, and learning. In Standard 2, this one was a little bit harder. I'm I'm recommending standard 2, indicator D, element number 1, laws and policies. And that, sort of relates not so much to goals work, but the substance of the conversations we've had in this forum around improving certain policies so they're aligned with the work we're doing. And I'm thinking about the attendance policy, perhaps even the policy that you just reaffirmed. And then finally, the fiscal systems indicator with number 1, fiscal systems. And 1 second, let me just, that's standard 2E. And that's budget work right there. So if you go and you look in the rubric, the proficient language for that particular indicator and element is develops a budget that aligns with the district's vision and mission and goals. And so, I think this is important in my first year for, your feedback, but also, it's an evaluation, your judgment on the effectiveness of the work done around budget. It'll be my first foray into that in this role. Standard 3, this is a fairly straightforward standard. I really think that a big part of my work in my first year is making connections with the community. So, part of the entry plan involves having conversations, understanding people's experiences, discovering the opportunities for deeper partnership. So standard 3, indicator A, the engagement indicator, and both the family engagement and community and business engagement elements I think are appropriate. And then finally in standard 4, there are a couple of things that I feel would be good for this process. For A2 and 3, part of the strategic plan development involves the development of a district-wide mission, vision, and core values. And so I think feedback and attention to that particular element is important and appropriate. And then the third one is meetings, and that's, as a new superintendent, there's a lot of meeting going on. Both informally but also formally with principals and my senior leadership team. I think that's just an important part of a superintendent's first year. And then last but certainly not least, I'd be interested in your feedback or some emphasis on indicator C, communication skills. I also think that's really important. And I want to be clear, I didn't sit and think about, what do I think I'm good at here, and I'm just going to pick those ones. I was really trying to be thoughtful about what the goals are this year, and then also what is important and appropriate as a first-year superintendent to really be emphasizing. And frankly, I respect whatever direction you decide to go, but these are the things that I would like your feedback on.
Okay. Member Satterwhite.
Thank you. We met on some of these things,
okay,
which is good. And I just want to. So when we originally met and we did the group session with I forgot her name.
Dorothy.
Dorothy. One of the things that I brought up, and I think we all had an agreement, but we corrected it almost right away, was I felt as though we weren't all on the same page on what our goal was. We didn't have like a stated mission because we had a lot of things going on. We still do. So it's hard to focus on that one. So I had E2 for standard 1, which was data-informed decision-making with school and district goals, because I think that's an important part of our district-wide in school initiatives. I agreed I'm sorry, for standard 2, you had D and E, right? I had A, only because we've known for a long time, we have overcrowding issues, and environment indicators is important. I think that it's important. I had A3, which was student safety, health, and social emotional needs. And again, I think that goes to the fact that we have way too many kids and not enough space for those kids, or resources like we spoke about earlier. One being social workers, where we have 1 to 19 and 1,800 students. For standard 3, I had B2, which was family collaboration. I think that would have. I think that you're already focusing on that with the attendance initiative, and that's extremely important for the success of that program. So it's good to see where you're collaborating with the family, because we spoke about the discipline issues. Deb had a great presentation, but we can't do it without family collaboration. That's extremely important. And the last that I had was standard 4, and it was A2, which is one of the ones that you had, mission and core values. It's important to know yours, and obviously the people that are underneath you are going to understand your core values and your commitment and mission, and hopefully follow, because what you believe is something that we're on the same page as, and we're hopeful that will funnel through the schools, and the kids will be able to understand that as well. Sure. So that's where my thought process came from. I think that it does also include the things that we're already doing. Like I said, each one that I thought of what you're already doing in some aspect. And I think that's the similar approach that you did, but maybe we came from 2 different lenses, and that's fine.
Member Capola?
Okay. There were a number of them that we matched up for, so that's a good start. Okay. The understand it too, B2. I just felt as a new superintendent, and you are going to, classes for that program and all. I just felt like that might fall in place, to give you something to look towards, as well as understand it FOA, D2, continuous learning of administrator. I mean, one or the other, but you're doing it, you're in that, and to me, I just thought that they may be a goal to help you in keeping sight of it if it's in your, but that's up to you. The other thing I can't let go of is understand it for A1, commitment to high standards, because I just really feel like that is our number one mission, that we really do have to keep our eye on that, especially, recently with the drop for classical and things like that. I just think that we should have that as something and ask it of you, too. So, and I had just one other one. It was under 3, but it was student support, which is fine. I mean, it's not a die for me. I mean.
Other members? Member Castellanos?
So we matched up. I can echo my colleagues around us. For standard 2, it was A3, student safety, health, and social emotional needs. I think there's a lot of different initiatives that we talked about tonight that's being done. There's a lot of measurable, lenses that we can go there with. Also to echo member Capola, B2 on standard 2, professional development, career growth. You are taking on those leadership mentor, opportunities, which probably would be good to get to see what that was like, and how that that your first, I believe, your 6 months, and as time goes on, it'll be good to see how we can analyze that. so we could see, you know, that you are receiving professional development, how we could support you, you know, to see how we could work with whatever, you know, your reflection is on as a superintendent for this district. Because it's definitely, you came in, there's a lot going on, and it's definitely so many different angles that we could go there. For Standard 3, I also actually, I think family engagement is very important. For Standard 3, I had engagement 1, so A1. And also, I like how you have the community and business engagement aspect of it, because I think that takes, you know, that allows us to operate outside of the box. I think when you engage community resources, you get insight on, you know, how to work with others and to build those relationships. I also, for the last one, I was a little so. And I understand for commitment to higher standards, I agree. That's a big, important component to this evaluation. The strategic planning process, there's so much that went into it. Being a member of that committee, to take part in that was incredible. Those meetings were very resourceful. The amount of stakeholders and insight from everybody was very impressive, and to see that you got to be a part of that, I think is very important. Also, the facilitator involved with that. I know we haven't seen a presentation from her, but I do recommend that you have that, the facilitator of that process, you know, bring something to the table to show in front of the committee as a whole, because there was so much involved with that, and I think a lot of the city was involved, and especially the stakeholders. So I could see that being a very, you know, a highlight, I think, of what we're looking for. So, and I think it does dovetail to, you know, your mission and some of the goals, and especially in the improvement in performance category.
Member Gately, then Member Nicholson.
I agree with you on the Standard 1 on the diverse learners' needs. And E, the improvement of performance, effectiveness, and learning, those goals. I think we talked about them a lot in the beginning of the school year, and hopefully we're going to get those. And Standard 2, I agree with my colleagues on the student safety, health, social, and emotional needs. Especially the overcrowdedness. I would like to see, you know, plans that we're going to use to make these things improve for our students, so they're not overcrowded and walking shoulder to shoulder through their middle schools. And Standard 3, I agree with you on family engagement. I love the way that community business engagement, I think that you're out there, you're doing that, and you also have student support. And B, sharing responsibilities. I just think those are, like, for you, easy, because I see that all the time. Easy goals. And Standard 4, I agree with you on A. I agree with Mrs. Coppola to add the commitment to high standards, the mission, core values, and meetings. You know, Dr. Tutwiler, I just think that you have really good communication skills, and I know that you're a continuing learner. So it's like, you know, if you want to stay with A and 1, 2, 3, that's fine with me. But I know you're doing all these other things also. So that's what I think. Thank you.
Member Nicholson.
Thank you. This is helpful. So I was going to ask a question about what people are thinking of for methodology, because I think our goal is to try to get 2 per category. So I heard some suggestions for adding criteria, and maybe less suggestions for ones that we would take off. What we did the last time around for when we went through this exercise is we had everybody submit their top 2, and then we tallied up and picked a set. And I think we could do that here, but the issue we're facing is that we're already halfway through the evaluation period, and that would require another sort of iteration for us to make that tally. So I was wondering if maybe people would be open to like tweaking a little bit what Dr. Tutwiler presented with some of the suggestions that were made this evening. So to try to make it just the consensus tonight.
I've been keeping track of what people have said.
You have the votes?
So, so maybe we can look at these and then see what we can add. So based off of.
But we need to take them off is the idea.
No,
Yeah.
well, I think that we have a general consensus. So I'll give you some things. There were for standard 3A, that was recommended by Dr. Tutwiler, and it was second and brought up by both Brian and Lorraine. So I would say that that is something that is a good standard to measure on.
And I had that also. So
Yes.
If
Yes.
Jared has it, then,
Yeah.
then we're.
Right.
Yeah. And so I have at least, we can talk about the ones where I can see that there's a general consensus that should be a part of it. And then if it's not enough, we can see to add. The standard, under standard 4, commitment to high standards, this was brought up by Donna, by Brian, by Lorraine, 1 through 3. And it was also recommended by Dr. Tutwiler. And then there was pretty much a general consensus of under standard 2 for A, environmental indicator. The student safety, health, and social and emotional needs was brought up by myself, Brian, and Lorraine. And then in that same standard, in 2, induction, professional development was also brought up by Donna and Brian. So at least there's a chart of where we are. I don't know where you are because you didn't mention anything. So I don't want to put words in your mouth.
Yeah, I mean, so what I was going to suggest is that because I heard student safety, health, and social emotional needs. I think that is something that we're working on. We add that and then drop one of the other ones under.
Oh, from
2.
his recommendations.
Right, exactly.
Okay.
So we would add, for under standard 2, we would add A3 and maybe drop 2D, because I mean, I think the laws and policies, and then under standard, and then keep what he has suggested for 1 and 3, and under standard 4, add the commitment to high standards, the A1, and then drop one of the other ones.
So you're saying his recommendations we should accept for standard 1.
Right. So it would be 1B3, instructional indicator, diverse learners' needs. 1E3, data-informed decision-making indicator, improvement of performance, effectiveness, and learning. Those would be the 2 for standard 1.
The only, so Lorraine brought up second with regards to 3. I had brought up the school and district goals, and I had asserted why I believe that was the case. But again, I don't know where you are on that, but I'm fine if we recommend, I'm fine with standard 1, the way it is.
Okay. So it would be 1B3 and 1E3.
Correct.
Are you okay with that?
Yeah. Those are my picks.
So we're going to drop in standard 2 D 1 and add A3.
Right, if people are okay with that. So add environment indicator, student safety, health, and social emotional needs, and drop the laws and policies.
And keep the fiscal system.
Keep the fiscal systems, right.
Are we good with that, or do you have something else? Okay. Standard 3.
Standard 3 would be engagement indicator, family engagement, and community and business engagement.
And the only other thing is Donna and Lorraine brought up the student support. Are we able to add that possibly?
Yeah, I mean, I think, are you suggesting in lieu of one of the other ones, or?
I'd just like to speak a little bit to, and I know we're picking 2 per, just under standards. I think family engagement, and you look at family concerns. I mean, it's almost like 2. I think those may be separate, but I mean, I'm looking at it in somewhat as a similar situation. So do we do we include that as part of it? That would be my suggestion related to, I think it's a combination of family engagement as well as attendance initiative that's going on, and that's related to family engagement, but it's family concerns. I think, they are two separate categories, but in some respects, a lot of that is linked in terms of what's going on related to some of those proposals. So I don't know how we link that together, but that would be one thing that I see as connected, even though they're two different criteria.
I'm sorry,
I
Mr.
don't know.
Mayor. We didn't even ask your opinion on any of this. I'm sorry. So I agree with you on that. Do you have any?
So I think we're in agreement on a lot of these. I have similarly, but that was one suggestion that I would make related to that. And the other place that I saw in Standard 4, I think we were talking shared vision in some respects, or I was looking at shared vision. And again, I see, that under shared vision, that B, cultural proficiency, policies and practices reflect a shared vision, a broader shared vision. Even though those two are separate, I see those as part of what we're talking about. So those would be my two suggestions, and most of what the other suggestions have been made, I think both with the superintendent, I think the members I agree with, but I would throw those two ideas out there to see what people's thoughts are on that.
I wouldn't mind taking 4C out and add in what you had said, because the mixture of, you're saying policies and practices and shared visions are similar.
Well, cultural proficiency and policies and practices, I see how it's different. Or maybe we can say when we're talking about shared vision, it's dealing with a cultural. The shared vision is a culturally shared vision. I guess that's the thinking I'm having, and that's part of the larger discussion we're having on the goals. How do we create those kind of opportunities
And
across the board?
For 4E1 shared vision, you could add that and also see that as covering some of the other ones we had for 4, because shared vision, there's some overlap with like the mission and core values indicator, and also some overlap with communication skills, because there's a lot of communication skills required to build a shared vision.
The key word in there is shared vision development, which means that requires working with us and other leaders within the district to make sure that it really is a shared vision.
That doesn't really say that, though, because if we go on 4E, to look and see what it says, at all grade levels, continuously engage administrative staff, students, families, and community members in developing a vision focused on student preparation for college and career readiness, civic engagement, and community contributions. That would be if it fell under proficient. Okay, that's what we should see. So it's a little bit different, but it's still. I mean, every one of these is very good.
Yeah,
Every one of them's good.
that's the challenge.
Well, again, I'm just.
I know.
That's
You can't have too many.
Correct.
We really need to cut back to even maybe
we're
6.
in agreement though with A, and so that's a good thing. So
A which number?
he recommended all 3. Everyone else agreed to all 3.
He recommended 2 and 3.
2 and 3, yes. But Donna, Brian, and Lorraine all wanted commitment to high standards. So I believe that should be on.
Yeah, I don't think we can do that. But do we want to then take off?
We should take off meetings.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be fine with
Okay.
that.
And then what I'd like to do is, instead of doing the communication indicator, if we can do D2, which is with the majority, the other school committee members wanted the continuous learning of administrator. Or we can go with E, which is what Mr. Mayor asked. That's the hard one.
I mean, yeah. if we're gonna run a process here, I think that if we're not if we don't know how to have a consensus or defer into a process, then I think we're gonna have to tally what people voted for.
Yeah, and the good thing about it is the first 3 standards we've all agreed to what we would change.
Well, we haven't. I don't think we've done 3 yet. Have we?
Yeah, I thought we did family engagement and community and business engagement.
Oh yeah, I'm good with that. But did we want to add family?
Well, that was just my. But I think we're on the same page with
All right,
with
All right,
age,
so then
which is fine.
All right.
And so it's just now standard 4, which is, no one's really said that the second recommendation in that substandard was what we would want. It's D, which is Donna and Lorraine wanted something with regards to the continuous learning indicator and the continuous learning of administrator, subsection 2 of that D. So we want to add the commitment to high standards, take away meetings, and we want to not necessarily do the communication indicator, but do something with regards to the continuous learning indicator, I believe. You want to?
Well, I thought, Lorraine, did you say that you thought they'd do continuous learning anyway, and so you wanted it to be a standard, or you didn't?
I just thought he did it anyways.
Yeah.
Okay, so then it's just Donna.
He's doing it.
And I said I'm willing to give it up because under standard 2, B2 it kind of incorporates that anyway, so it's fine. I mean, you don't need it in 2 sections, and that's fine. But if the mere suggestion of the shared vision development, if you read that, it's heavy, but it really encompasses every group. You know?
What if for 4 we did A1, commitment to high standards, and E1, shared vision development?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's fine.
I like that.
Are we all in agreement with that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so just for the,
Superintendent?
Can I? So I'm taking copious notes here. Standard 2 is A3 and E1.
Yep.
B1.
B.
Oh, 3. Sorry.
Oh.
Yeah. You said wait. You say standard 3 or
Standard 2.
standard 2
Two.
is
I have A3
3 and
and E1.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh, so B2 is eliminated?
I thought we had B2.
I thought we took that instead of the learning.
I didn't hear that. But I just want to make, I would recommend looking at the rubric language for that, because I don't know that that's really about my learning as much as it is other administrators.
Well, and that's what I tried to
folks.
correct
Okay.
that part,
Yep.
where
Yep.
someone thought it was your professional development. No, it's the professional development of yours, of other people.
Standard 4 is about my learning.
Correct.
That, D2.
So that's why I just thought we had the A and the E, and that, if we didn't have the E, I would have went with the B, but the E is budget, it's fiscal, it's
Right.
Yeah,
important.
that's what we had.
I agree.
Yeah. So if we can keep it that way, A3, E1, that'd be great. What do you have for standard 1 written down? Is it on-
I have for standard 1, B3 and E3.
Yes.
Yep.
For standard 2, I have A3
Yep.
and E1.
Yeah, we're
Yes.
playing bingo.
Get your
We're almost
get your
there, right?
eight things.
Almost there.
We're almost to bingo.
Almost there. 3, I have A1 and A2.
Yep.
And then 4, I have A1 and E1.
Yep.
Correct.
Yes, that was correct.
Everybody happy
We
with
all
that?
Hey, we got bingo.
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah.
I do.
Okay.
I would make a motion to submit that as the goal indicators for the superintendent's evaluation.
Second.
Second. We'll do a roll call.
Hey, could we get an updated sheet of just update it? Obviously.
Did you write down
Yep.
all that? Good.
Did you get
Perfect.
that?
So roll
Clean a
call,
copy?
please.
Ms. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Fuller?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
No problem. It was in his folder.
Next on the agenda is review of school committee policies, Mr. Nicholson. But before we get into that, I just want to take a minute to thank, I know the superintendent, but I think just as importantly, the deputy superintendents, as well as a number of the administrative staff, when we put together, or they put together, we didn't put together, the 2-hour delayed opening for the first time in over 20 years, or longer. And it was, in a 2 or 3 hour period, a lot of work went into, in fact, I think I have a whole list here of things that were done, just so we know. It was a very extensive, and I want to say it worked well, and I think it's a good template for what we can maybe establish moving forward into next year. Hopefully, we don't have any other issues this year. But I'll just go through it. I was on the phone with the superintendent, and then with the presidents of the unions, inspectional services, Lynn Police Department, food services, transportation director, all 26 principals. Again, that's through the administration, not through the mayor's office. campfire director for after-school program. And then they worked on, devised a plan to cover the early arrivals at school, which was a really important piece. So if students got there early, and I know that principals arrived early so that if they weren't aware of the delay, that they were able to get into the school and not be out in the cold. Cover the phones at the switchboard, transportation, craft an email for all staff, craft script for the all-call, craft a letter to go home with elementary students, posting on Facebook and Twitter, and posting for the webmaster and news stations, and in collaboration with my office and others. So I just wanted to thank those that put it together, and we had talked about it about next winter, and then it jumped in front of us in a quick way. And as we had discussions, we were able to, I think, put it together, and it worked very well for under the circumstances. So again, I just want to thank all of those that did the work on that and made it happen, because it was a lot of work.
Thank you.
And it went smoothly.
Yes.
So again, I think we're on review of school committee policy. So, Member Nicholson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would echo the gratitude for everybody that put together the delay. I mean, with a district of our size, a task like that is not easy, and a lot of moving parts and a lot of hard work. And also, when you do something for the first time you haven't done in 20 years, that's starting from scratch, basically. And so that's a huge challenge. So the policy review that I was asking about is not about the school delay policy, although if we have a policy, we should take a look at it, I guess.
It's a work in progress.
Right. So I had asked to pull a policy with regard to the agenda dissemination and distribution. And I had an idea of what I thought the policy was, because we had a policy on our website that was about the agenda preparation and dissemination. And it turns out, in consultation with the school committee council, that some of the policies that are listed online under the school committee have not been officially adopted by the Lynn School Committee, and therefore are not in effect in governing policies. So the policy on the agenda distribution, the policy that governs now, is actually the policy that we have in our packet here, the rules of the school committee from 1978. And if you flip through these, they look like they're from another time.
Typewriter.
Yeah, exactly. And if you read them, that's confirmed. So I think what I wanted to do, and we've talked about making sure that Dr. Terwell had mentioned the policies as a focus this year, something we talked about earlier in the school year as the school committee, and also in terms of appropriate use of subcommittees. And what I was going to ask the committee is just to let them know that we had this issue where we have some policies on our website that have been adopted by the school committee, but some that haven't, and therefore are not in effect. And to delegate to the policy subcommittee that we do a sort of comprehensive review to figure out which policies have been adopted, which policies have not been adopted, and for those that have not, come up with a recommendation as to which they would recommend to the full school committee to adopt. And then whatever gaps still exist to try to address those, because I think it's important from the perspective of transparency that everything on the website is what we expect it to be, and also just from a good governance perspective to make sure that we can pinpoint exactly what our current policy is and have that accessible. So that was why I put this on the agenda.
Member Satterwhite?
Yeah, when I got this in an email, I was confused. I saw the date, 1978. And then I started reading references to the city charter, and it didn't make sense. So I reached out to the clerk's office to see what the city charter says. And the city charter is from 1978, too, which was from September. So it's actually after this, and a lot of things are different. In this rule, you'll see that it says that the school committee members are elected to a 3-year term and a 2-year term and a 1-year term. That's not applicable because in September that was changed of that year. So my only concern is there's a lot to do. the section on the website that has the policies, we're talking about hundreds of pages of policy. And then going through this. So I understand that it's now going into March. It's going to result in several meetings with the policy committee to actually get it done, in my opinion. But it needs to be done. We're looking at language in here that says a woman can run for school committee. And that's, if something was to happen and someone was to request our rules, this is what they're going to get. And it's not a good thing for us. So I'm 100% behind you and getting in to this and updating what needs to be updated and reflecting what our core values are at this point and what our policies and procedures are that we hope them to be. Yeah, in the legal field, I think there are 3 attorneys on the subcommittee. When you see the word shall, that means it's mandated. And throughout this, you have that word over and over and over again, and it's not being done. So I think that it's something that we have to look to. Just on page 13, you'll see the suspension of pupils and complaints, suspension of teachers, assignments of teachers. The shall word is used over and over again, and these are not what we're currently following. And then there's, I guess, the secretary of the school committee is the boss of a lot of people, yes. According to this. So I don't know how you could get your work done if you were actually doing the work that this says that you're required to do. So I'm in support of, and I think I'm on the policy subcommittee anyway, so I'm in support of it.
Okay. I think it's an opportunity to take a look at it. I think the discussion's definitely appropriate and timely. It probably is not just a single meeting, obviously. It's a chance to go through what's been adopted in the past. So this has been going on for term to term to term related to the policies and then to the rules of the school committee that I think do show differences there. So I think it makes sense for the policy committee to take up this and take a look at it and to move forward on it. So.
And Mr. Myhouse did tell me in the January meeting, it's the first thing we do is we vote to be bound by these rules, correct?
Yes.
So it would be good to, I thought it was other rules. I didn't know it was 78.
But I think, and I'll ask Council Myhouse to weigh in. I think it's appropriate for the policy committee to go through it, and then we can have a broader discussion, and then we can make a decision on how we want to handle it at that point once we get a chance to go through them.
So go through it, come back with some notes, and we'll go from there?
Yep. Yes, Member Nicholson.
Yeah, I mean, I think what I would expect was that we're going to start from the policies that are on the website.
Yes.
Because those are what was recommended by the MASC.
Yes.
And do exactly that.
Yeah.
So.
Yep.
And and it probably will take multiple meetings. It'll take some time. Maybe we'll have some more time this summer. And we're going to obviously be relying on the secretary and council and support of the superintendent's office to power through this. But hopefully we can come back with some good recommendations.
Great. Member Cavallo?
I'd love to read the one to Mary on page 38. It's the supervisor of custodians and maintenance shall perform his duties under the direction and supervision of the secretary of the school committee. So tomorrow, you follow him around, okay?
I
love it. You have a lot of power, Mary.
The shall word, you have to do it. It's not may. It's not. Come on.
I mean, even tonight, no prizes are to be awarded to pupils except as prescribed by the school committee.
Yes.
If you take a look at the pamphlet, the rules of the school committee, they were adopted prior to the Education Reform Act. Most of those things that are in there are illegal presently.
Yeah.
Right.
Superintendent does all the hiring.
Oh yeah, it does say that we hire teachers and we have to get their resumes and.
But where the Mass General laws didn't preempt this, it still governs.
That's correct.
Yes. And I think that's where the discussion on the policy committee will address that.
Right.
What has been changed under the general laws, what we also have in here, and then so I think it'd be an interesting discussion, and it's good that you brought it up. So I look forward to policy committee's work on this.
I make a motion to send this to the policy subcommittee.
Second.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The ayes have it. It is submitted to the policy committee. Thank you. Next on the agenda, Member Nicholson is schedule a special meeting. Is that?
Yeah,
Do you want to speak to that?
Sure. We've canceled now 3 meetings this spring, and we're here. We started early tonight and are going a little late. And I think there's a lot we want to talk about. I was wondering if other members would be interested in adding a meeting to our schedule this spring. And if we could, sometimes it's more efficient to do it all around the table because we're going to bring out our calendars.
So would you like to do it right now? Should we come up with some dates and do it at the next meeting? I'm open to discussion.
God bless you.
If people have their calendars now, I think it would make sense
The
to
next
do it.
meeting isn't for another month.
Okay, let's,
Do we know when John's going to be back at it?
Oh, yeah.
would there be some suggestions?
We could, so in March, we only have 1 meeting, and it's at the end of March. We could try for the first week of March.
Next week?
Which would be next week. Yeah, it's too soon.
Or Jean's
Or, and I would make a suggestion as well, considering it's a special meeting you're requesting, we could potentially do it on a night, not a Thursday night. So it doesn't have to be tied to a Thursday night. So if, I'm just throwing that out there, doesn't mean we have to.
Well, I don't want to have a meeting just to have a meeting. I want to make sure that we're going to have stuff to talk about. So maybe you have your projections. What's a good time to schedule a special meeting?
Okay. I mean, let's see.
So the next meeting is scheduled for
28th of March.
the 28th. Okay.
I mean, the week of the 11th. I know that we canceled the 14th, but could we do it on a different day that week?
In March?
Mm-hmm.
12th is good with me.
Be Monday or Wednesday, because do you need to be available, Mayor, at City Hall, at Council?
Spelling bee is that Wednesday.
Probably on the
spelling bee is on the Wednesday.
Probably on the 12th. I think there's some things going on. I'll have to be.
So is
we could look at the Monday, the 11th.
I could do Monday the 11th.
I could do Monday the 11th.
Monday the 11th
Yeah.
seems to be the general consensus.
Does that work?
It may, I don't have my diary. We have a negotiating session with the teachers union coming up. I don't know if that'd be.
Yeah, it's not that day.
It's not that, all right.
At the 18th.
I don't have.
Okay.
We have it for the 18th, Michael. Negotiating.
Oh. Let me add it to my calendar.
Monday, March.
So does the 11th work for everyone?
Mm-hmm.
And Member Ford will be, John will be back. We'll let him know.
Oh, I have that at 9 p.m.
Okay, so 7 o'clock on Monday, the 11th. And that would be require a motion and a vote.
I move to add a scheduled meeting of the special meeting of the Lynn School Committee for Monday, March 11th at 7 o'clock.
Is the second?
Second.
Roll call?
Mr. Castellanos?
Yes.
Ms. Capola?
Yes.
Ms. Ford absent. Ms. Gately?
Yes.
Mr. Nicholson?
Yes.
Mr. Satterwhite?
Yes.
Mayor McGee?
Yes. And next on the agenda is communication and information from the superintendent.
It's me.
Jump in.
And at 9:30, so I edited it down a little bit. I am happy to announce that the HVAC shop at Lynn Tech is nearing completion. I was just over there earlier this week. Ms. Spinucci is here. I both can attest to the fact that it's amazing. Really nice job done with that. Additionally, we have secured preliminary Chapter 74 approval for the program and identified and hired a licensed teacher, which I thought was going to be... Okay. Incredible feat. I cannot underscore enough the hard work our current position reflects. This on the part of ISD and the LVTI team under Carissa Karakitis' leadership. We currently have 9th graders doing exploratory for HVAC and related vocations. We're poised to open this program in full for fall 2019. We're planning to celebrate the opening of the new program as soon as it's complete, and I'll keep you posted on that. Let me stay with LVTI for a moment and share that Jason McCush was selected as the Skills USA Region 1 Advisor of the Year. And if you know just a little bit of what the man is up to over there, you would understand how well deserved this recognition is. I just want to congratulate Mr. McCush publicly for that honor. Well deserved. Quick update on Seal of Biliteracy. The response from students has been amazing. We recently began administering the assessment tied to the seal, and because it's computerized, we've already identified 2 students who will earn the seal this year. I met with guidance counselors this week on a separate issue, but they conveyed that there is genuine enthusiasm in the schools about this, and I'm happy to share the final numbers as soon as the assessment is complete. But I think you're going to be wowed by them. The gentleman from Children's Law Center earlier mentioned breakfast after the bell. I said I would say something about it in my superintendent's report. It continues to be an approach widely discussed in and among urban and high-need districts. By way of reminder, we have breakfast after the bell happening in 9 elementary schools. As you might recall, in his December 13th update on the community eligibility provision, our universal free breakfast and lunch program, Kevin McHugh reported our intent to fully research breakfast after the bell this year. The results of that research will drive an informed approach to expansion next year. Implementation of breakfast after the bell is not law, contrary to what you might have heard earlier. There is an FY19 budget mandate, not a law, that calls for high needs district to implement by May 2019. It is unclear as to whether or not that language on breakfast after the bell will be on the FY20 budget. The commissioner has been clear that there is no penalty for districts that do not implement this year. There is an expectation of a good faith effort. Our good faith effort involves implementation with fidelity in 9 schools, paired with the rollout of a universal free breakfast and lunch program. Additionally, we will sweat the details of expansion, which calls for clear protocols, communication with families, and an understanding of the budget implication, as effective implementation calls or could call for additional staffing. We'll report out on this planning in the spring, likely in May. I'm gonna move beyond that. Okay, so you received an email from Mary earlier today. I just want to let you know what's going on there. We've been working in earnest on the district improvement goals, and I plan to update you on the status of each at our March 28th meeting. The plan related to one goal is really beginning to take shape, and it behooves me to share about it now, as it calls for some pretty significant programmatic shifts. The projected enrollment for the middle schools will push the enrollment of Breed and Marshall up by approximately 100 students each for next year. Both schools are already oversubscribed. We've been working on a plan to open an 8th grade Discovery Academy at the Lynn Tech Annex. This idea was shared by a member on the committee some time ago. Discovery Academy is a vocational technical program that will serve approximately 300 LPS 8th grade students. We will reserve seats for applicants in a manner in keeping with the proportional issue related to overcrowding. Accordingly, most seats will be reserved for Breed District students, then Marshall, then Pickering. Students will engage a traditional set of core courses, which will be enhanced by a discovery series involving hands-on, project-based experiences in particular vocational shops. Students would apply to this program, a document that's being worked on collaboratively with the middle school principals and the Lynn Tech director. Near the close of the 8th grade year, a student may choose to apply to LVTI or attend his or her district high school. Participation in the Discovery Academy does not guarantee admission to tech. Of the 4 high schools, the only one with viable space is Lynn Tech. The idea here is to maximize on that reality, but in order to accommodate the numbers that we're proposing, we would need additional classroom space, and we've devised a plan for that. The plan involves moving ECC kindergartens to schools closer to where the students reside. We've identified classrooms at Sewell for the Tracy kindergartens. The Ford kindergartens would be housed at Ingalls. In order to accommodate the kindergartens at Sewell and create the requisite space in the tech annex, we would need to move 13 special education programs. In partnership with the principals, we engaged in intense space analysis and were able to find the spaces across 8 schools. 6 were open classrooms. The remainder were meeting spaces or computer labs that we will convert back to classrooms and provide a mobile laptop cart. Relative to moving to special education classes, I want to be clear that there was particular attention paid to the student experience beyond the year, meaning there are programs and supports in place at the new school to allow the student to stay and receive the appropriate services through 5th grade. In this way, this proposal is far less disruptive to the special education student's educational experience. We were also intentional in attempting to create like programs in the same schools to allow for the teaming capability among the educators. Lastly, we sweat details, ensuring that the proper related special education service providers were in place at all the new placements. In this proposal, there would no longer be a need for ECC. However, the TEAMS program currently housed in that space would remain. We've done a spec on the cost of this plan. Considering staffing, materials, moving costs, we're looking at approximately $1.7 million. I'm sharing this now because we've sweat the details on a level wherein I know that this is possible. For the March 28th meeting, a document with more detail, including an itemized budget, communication protocol, and education plan, will be given to you. Let me stop there.
Just a question.
Member Satterwhite, and then Member Castellanos.
This 8th grade Discovery Academy, is this going to be considered a new school with a new principal, or is this going to be underneath Lynn Tech?
So it would be, you'd be converting Lynn Tech to a junior-senior high school. It would not be a standalone program. It'd be part of Lynn Tech. Like, exactly, which calls for, it's a one-page document with DESE, not an involved process at all to change that designation.
And the ECC, obviously, we need to utilize all the space that we have. And I know that a few times people have recommended or said something about the ECC program being moved. I guess I'm just going to wait for additional details. My biggest concern was what does this entail? And you've answered that question, so I'll defer to additional information at a later time.
Member Castellanos.
So will we be able to get that document before the 28th? Any possibility, like a day before, or just in
I'll give it to you the Friday before.
Yeah, that'd be good. Just to review, just kind of.
That's great.
Member Gately.
Dr. Tutwiler, I recall on a Friday morning calling you up or an afternoon and talking to you about the overcrowdedness in our schools, and you were looking into the idea that you and I both shared the same vision. It was wonderful. I think that this is a great way to alleviate the overcrowdedness in those middle schools and also allow students to explore tech. The only other thing I asked of you on that conversation, I don't know if you looked into it, was to allow the 5th graders to do tours of Lynn Tech, so when they enter into middle schools, they know why they want to behave in a certain way and do well in a certain way, so that, you know, I can get into Lynn Tech if I want to get into Lynn Tech. So it would alleviate some discipline, Deb, I think, if that happened. But I commend you on this. I am so happy to hear that this came through. Thank you very much.
Other thoughts? I'd just like to echo what's been said. I think, obviously, we are facing real challenges, and to be able to think outside the box, put something together, I think that's exciting on the at the 8th grade level, and then bring a lot of the students back to their neighborhoods and find some classroom space that obviously we need to find is a really, I know there's a lot of work went into it, really, I think, well thought out, recognizing the challenge we face to try and make this happen. So I think it's, as it fleshes out, I want to thank the superintendent and others who kind of, again, thought outside the box and did a lot of work to try and make it. As I think just listening to the explanation, you can tell a lot of work went into making sure that it was the best possible solution, and that all the students each student's needs were really going to be addressed, both at the 8th grade level and at the lower level. So it's obviously, we know, all of us know, the challenges on the overcrowding in the schools, and we will be, you know, and a number of us were here. I know it was later than the other night, but we had the capital investment plan was submitted, and we got a chance to see the real need, $587 million over the next 5 years. But I think the positive piece was that schools were definitely clearly one of the priorities of that plan, and the narrowed down version of what we need to do maybe over the next 5 years. So that's something we're working on. But again, I think it's well thought out and kind of idea to move forward on, and look forward to the discussion on the 28th. Member Nicholson?
Thank you. Yeah,
and then Member Capola.
Just quickly, to echo what people have said, to thank you for the thoughtful presentation. Look forward to more details, and thank you for the action on a really important problem that we've all talked about as being one of the most pressing issues that's facing us, and going to be great for those students and teachers to have that alleviated at those schools. I think it's just so wonderful that the solution involves using what I think is really one of the gems of the city in Lynn Tech, and connecting it to the top of the meeting where we had someone come in, an alumni who said he wished he had known more about what the options were at Tech. And how many 8th graders now would be able to experience that? And so I think that has the potential to be such a wonderful win for around the board. So thank you.
Member Capola?
Yeah, I think you did an excellent job. That was very, very good. And but back to the breakfast after the bell.
Yeah.
I remember us getting a memo. I think maybe Mary sent it to us in regards to, does that breakfast after the bell require a vote by April 1st? What was that about?
The DESE expectation is that there, and keep me honest, Mr. McHugh, that a proposal had to be created by April 1st with plans for implementation by the end of May or something to that, or by May. By May 31st. I mean, so that's probably the document that you're referring to at this point.
Well, do we ignore a vote? I mean, are they expecting? I mean, I would just like to know that we would be in compliance. I mean, I know you're saying that it's not the law, but I know that there was a law put in by the legislature, because they're, in agreement to that. So, if somebody could just check and make sure.
Sure.
That if we ignored it and didn't take some sort of a vote and if we took a vote that says by September, that's fine too, if it's acceptable.
Yep.
But
We'll
I think.
definitely look into that.
Okay, thank you.
Great. Member Castellanos?
So I don't know if you're going to bring it up.
Book?
Yeah.
I got a little something at the end.
Okay, I'll hold up.
Okay. All right.
Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, Member Sadoway.
And I, at one point when we met, I think when you first started, we put together 3 or 4 things that we wanted to talk about, what we believed was important. And one of the things I talked about was the overcrowding. And you told me you were going to work on solutions, and this is great. When I see documents presented to us and it gives you the student size for the school, and I think I did tell you this, that Fallon There's not many students at that school, but it's a big building.
It's not a big building.
I went to Fallon.
I don't know if
I'm
it's
not
shrunk,
saying it's a
but
huge building, but
it's not a big. It's not a big space, and there's a small number of students there, and that's intentional.
Well, because of the accommodations that these students need.
Yeah.
And I think I explained that there are other places that these students could. So I'm just saying that these are only 300 students that are going to be accommodated by this, and it's not going to fix our issue. So all I'm saying is, if you can continue to look into it.
Oh, totally.
And that this isn't the fix-all, unfortunately, until we get.
Yeah. Yeah, what I didn't reflect in here, and maybe some folks know, like we've looked at other spaces, and not just the schools. We've gone. One used to be a school, but we're turning every stone, and working closely with ISD to determine what's actually feasible in terms of some of these other spaces. So
this is just one solution to our bigger problem.
And I wouldn't even call this a solution. I think this helps.
Okay.
And I think it's exciting also. And I think kids will get a lot of it out of it. And I also like the idea. I mean, there are multiple benefits that I didn't even talk about here.
And it's not going to take away from the effective area thing that we talked about earlier. Okay, just want to make sure. Thank you.
They say no, then the answer's no. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. So, we'll revisit it on the 28th, but I think there's, and I spoke to the teachers at ECC today to let them know that I was presenting here, because I can hear Gayla tapping away over there, and I just have a feeling this is going to show up somewhere tomorrow. So I don't want them to read about it and think, oh, geez, something's changing for next year. But I don't know if it's fair to say this. I mean, there was, acceptance and understanding around the change, and dare I say, in some cases, like some positive, head nodding, like, yep, I could.
They'll be going to the schools. They're not going to lose their job.
Nope. This is closing positions and opening them elsewhere. It's not eliminating positions, except for one.
Professional status teachers actually will have bumping and bidding rights, right? So they'll be able to bid on or bump into any position so long as they have professional status. Non-professional status teachers there will be a job. They will have to wait until the professional status people, go through the process, and then they'll be called down based on their hire date to choose what jobs are still open.
Okay. Thank you.
So I wanted to, I had a whole thing here written. This is actually for our meeting on the 14th, but Mayor already spoke to it, the delayed response. The credit really goes to Deputy Superintendents Powers and Ruggiero. They're the ones that crafted all the, I just read everything. Like, that's all I did. They did all the, they called every principal. I mean, they worked really hard in the 3 hours that we had to figure out every piece to make this work for families and for schools. And so I kudos, big shout out to my partner deputies there. And so lastly, bless you, I just wanted to end with, and I know it's late, members Coppola and Castellanos were at Tech today for the unveiling of, if you'll hold it up, a new book that the Skills USA kids had published. And this is a wonderful bringing together of literacy and sort of exposure to young folks around technical education. No such thing, or so they said, and I've never seen one, exists, and it is a really thoughtful and creative way to engage kids on a topic that's really important.
Dr. Tutwiler, I have the applications if anybody wants to buy one of those books.
$20.
They can take this.
Right there.
And they will mail it to you even.
That's great. It's great. Kids are great. And we actually honored one of the members of Skills USA, David Barrios, this morning. Or earlier.
That's amazing.
Something you want to say?
So I got to see these, see it live today, and I just wanted to say how impressed I was with the whole operations, from Mr. McCush to the students involved in this, and to this whole this is an unbelievable program. The level of just commitment and compassion they have. The video, I recommend if you haven't seen the video on YouTube. I know the mayor, he shared it on his Facebook page, and it's very touching. They had almost 20,000 books that they located and distributed through the district. Mr. Patrick,
I don't want to interrupt you.
Absolutely.
But I have a good idea. Why don't we watch it right now?
Oh, yes!
Boom, let's go.
Look
It's
at
queued
that.
up. It's queued up. Let's go. Let's watch it.
Is this happening?
Yes.
It's
10
happening.
o'clock.
Things that happen.
This is important. I love that.
Woo! I don't think that they're expecting like this amount of books. It's just amazing just to see all the little kids smiling. So it feels great. I think my favorite part was I asked a little boy, "Are you excited for today?" He's like, "Oh my God, I just got my favorite book." That's what makes me want to keep doing this.
What's going on here at Lynn Tech is
I know him.
amazing. All these students coming together and making a difference in this community. 20,000 books. They're building and painting the bookcases that are going to go in the pre-K classroom. They're working on these blocks at the outlet schoolyard.
Each paper represents a page from a famous children's book. We have the Very Hungry Caterpillar. That is going to go into recess yards of schools around the city. Just another way to make reading more engaging. We have the balloon station. We have the face painting. We just wanted to make this a fun experience for everyone.
They can get 5 free books, knowing that more children can just come in instead of having to go to the store and spend money.
Especially if you don't have the money for books.
There's a lot of kids going in.
These kids understand giving because a lot of them do come from, backgrounds where they don't have a lot, so they understand why it's important to take care of each other. Kids have great hearts and they want to give. Educators like myself, I just always want to find ways to allow them to experience the fullness of what it feels like to honor that heart that they have and that giving experience.
My kids actually bring the flyer home from their school. Choosing some books to read, they can read according to their grades. So improve them. Thanks to the late tech students, amazing job doing all this every year. And the kids love it.
Brought my nephew down with us so he can get some books. Reading is good for you. Honestly, I think it's a lost art. It's beautiful for the city. We love it.
When we thought literacy, we knew we would reach out to the AFT. So when we first called the Lynn Teachers Union, and Sheila, our local president, was like, absolutely, and then got us connected to, the AFT Mass and then the national level. And first book, we knew that our project was going to be a success because we had strong partners. Hopefully it inspires a future of kids giving for the rest of their lives.
It's always great to have leaders that came before you and instilled the spirit of community service. Once you have that in you, it doesn't go away. I think it's like a cycle that just keeps going.
It's like a cycle. So we teach him how to do it. When he gets older, he's going to think about this. Remember, Uncle Gene brought me here, so now I can go to teach these kids. The teamwork and spirit that it built in the school and between the students that are working together. It's a life lesson that they'll take forward and make this community continue to be a great place to be.
This is a gift towards everybody here. Basically helping the community and doing something nice for each other.
I love doing this. I know that today I'm gonna go back home, open the door with a smile on my face, and that's really how it is with every single community service project that we've been doing.
Oh. Awesome. I'm sorry. I just one of the things that you didn't see in this video is a couple days beforehand, former English basketball player passed away. And School USA invited that basketball team to host a fundraiser, a bake sale for the benefit of that young lady. And that just goes to show how selfless that entity is. It's not all about them. When they can bring a crowd, they'll include whomever wants to do something positive. And it goes beyond words to express the gratitude that we have for these wonderful kids and the mission that they have. So I just wanted to share that part because it was not seen on that video and not many people knew.
And I think, and then they brought to their bigger event right at Christmas time in the gym. They brought the Lynn English girls basketball team there and recognized that student as well as the team. So that you're right, it wasn't just about Lynn Tech, it's about the community.
Thank you.
Make a motion to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Someone had to do it.
Is there a second? All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.